I do know.
A dooba dooba doo.
I do.
I do know. I do
Hello. Hello.
A badooby dooby doo.
I do.
I love how that's what we start off on.
It's the goal.
Start off on something weird. That's like
We always have to start on something weird.
The iCarly theme song. Or
that's my proudest moment. Is us all starting
I
stream
have
with
to
the
say, that
iCarly
was
theme
really
song.
good. That was really good.
Just super out of tune at a time.
was
None
one
of
of my
us starting
favorites.
at the same moment.
So
And
good.
then the Zoom thing
God.
with
Hello.
just everyone out of sync. Hello.
Welcome to tonight's stream that is not actually playing D&D, but talking about D&D, specifically us playing D&D.
Yeah.
So thank
It's
you
very
for,
meta. It's very meta.
Thank you for coming to watch us talk about ourselves playing D&D. What we're not doing right now, but in theory we
Is playing
do sometimes.
D&D.
just reminiscing. We're just each going to look off camera to just reminisce what's happened.
We're not going to talk about it. We're just going to think about it, and you get
Just
to
gonna
watch us
think
think
really
about it.
hard.
For like
We're being
2 hours.
haunted by nostalgia. Okay.
And if someone
being
will need to
haunted.
perform an exorcism.
It's not it. Who was it? Who was it?
I
I
don't
don't think
know
it
who it
was.
I don't
Like, it
know.
was
I'm not
Nessa,
sure.
actually? I
Chat,
think
tell
Nessa
us.
was the last one.
Chat, tell us who did that last.
Who was it? Because it was between Jenny and Nessa.
Yeah, it was the two of them. I don't know who it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it was.
Good luck. So,
Listen. The funny thing is that Nessa and I were raised Catholic, so I mean, we are
You do have the education.
do it.
You have the
Also, they
education.
never
I
taught
would,
us how
but-
to do an exorcism in mass. Like,
But we know
Damn.
how. Somehow.
Yeah, that
we'll
sucks.
vibe it out.
all right.
We'll vibe it out.
Before we get started, Becky has redeemed a pronoun sound off, so I'll get started with
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Pronoun sound off is where we will all give our names and pronouns to normalize the conversation of sharing your pronouns and not assuming other people's. So, hello, my name is Casper. I use they them pronouns.
And Vanessa, I use she, her pronouns.
Jenny.
I'm Jenny. I use she, her, but I'm fine with anything so long as I know you're talking to me.
And Jason.
I am a dad-shaped he, him. And I will continue to say that forever.
And Chelsea.
I'm sorry, Chelsea.
How am I supposed to follow that, Jason? Fuck you.
I don't know. That's my thing. You know this about me by now. I would have thought. I guess.
I use she, her, and they, them. Hi.
So those are our pronouns. Everyone please sound off their pronouns in the chat. So I do love that one.
Dad-shaped
Damn.
him. That's so
Come on,
good.
I want to do it with some flair, some pizzazz, okay?
The pizzazz.
Come on, yeah.
I am
yeah.
not bound by the constraints of
I
gender.
should probably take the label off of my water bottle.
Not a bad
Delabel
idea.
your water.
Nobody needs to know.
So, this stream for a few hours, we are going to be answering your questions, either about Nexilis, Lotus House, the first arc of Welcome to Nexilis can also be included, or just in general D&D. Anything that you want to ask us about, we are here to answer your questions. We're going to start off...
Call in now.
Call in now!
With the phone number that will not be provided.
No.
867-530-9.
Stop it.
That was a real person's
Stop
phone
it.
number, and that person had a horrible time when that song came out because it was a real person's phone number and they
Oh.
kept getting called.
Feels like an oversight on someone's part.
That's why.
Some
That's
people.
why there are.
Also, the phone number sold for like millions of dollars.
But that's
I bet.
that's why whenever they're a TV, movie, or music now, they use a designated block of numbers that are not real numbers because of that fucking situation.
Yeah, the 555. Whatever.
Yep. Well,
We
we're...
should talk about that on your stream, Jason, a couple weeks ago.
We did.
So if you want to submit your questions, you can do so either on Twitter using hashtag NextListQA or just using the Twitch chat.
I saw you do that. You did that off screen.
Because
too.
that was me mentally processing. Jesus Christ. Nessa,
That's to put you on blast for that. How dare you?
you can go.
You're not DMing for us anymore. You can just leave. Like, it's fine.
Okay.
No, can't escape.
Where was the first question?
That'll be next week. She can't go anywhere.
She can't go anywhere. All right. So
Jesus Christ.
the first question that we had comes to us from Twitter. Comes to Twitter
Twitter.
from Rebecca USAA. USA.
Usa.
No brain. No brain.
And the question is, the Lotus House was a cool idea. How did you come up with it? Eyes emoji. So this would be a question for Nessa.
Nice emoji.
Screams. That's it. Just screaming.
So primarily, so I designed Lotus House for the first time I ever DM'd. And I'm like, okay, I know what my strengths are. I can make bullshit characters. I know what my weaknesses are. Plot. And so the Lotus House is designed as a very railroady, here is a thing filled with characters for you to interact with and do bullshit with. And the plot's janky. And so works out. With the whole Lotus House, the Lotus bit comes from Lotus Eaters primarily. It's an old trope from, I don't know, Iliad?
It's that or Odyssey. It's one of the two. It's an old Greek tale.
Yeah. It's
let me
been
see.
redone in various things, including the Justice League did it, the Percy Jackson did it, where it's you're trapped.
That is legitimately the first thing I thought of. I thought of the casino the moment that you said Lotus House. I was
that's immediately based off of fucking Greek mythology. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh no, but that's the first place my fucking mind went to, and I was like, "Fuck."
I mean,
damn
it's
God
kind
damn.
of our first as a generation's introduction to Lotus Houses, so it makes sense.
It's fair.
Let me see. I'm actually looking it up.
Yeah, and so it pretty much
Odyssey
is
or the
just
Iliad?
you're stuck with your own desires and
It was
what
in the
that's
Odyssey.
going to be. So that's where that
Odyssey.
idea came.
I did some research. It was in the Odyssey. That's where it was introduced.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Book 9, I believe it said.
So, yeah.
Oh.
Because Nessa came up with Lotus House a while ago. And fun fact, that's where the character Verlier came from, who you all met in the first arc as one of the Forgotten, because I played Verlier in Lotus House. So, yeah.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. Next question. That
It's
doesn't...
something.
Huh?
It's something. I don't know.
Something, rather, maybe. I think this was a question that we touched on last Q&A as well, but I wanted to ask it with this one, is what characters did you all, as players, wish you could have more time with? Or as your characters, who would your characters want more time with?
I think I definitely wish that we'd interacted more with Vice. Vice is the character that I was like, damn it, we should have interacted more with him because he's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Thing is, I love
Dorian can
Vice, but
fuck
I was
off.
like, we need to leave him alone because he looks tired.
Yeah, because y'all also didn't go into his
room.
Would you like to share what Vice's room is?
Actually, yeah, I was really curious about that.
He wasn't in the room, so we weren't worried about it.
That's fair. So primarily, what's inside Vice's room is always meant to be ambiguous because he's right outside it. So the room, in essence, does feel him and channel it, similar to how Dalavash saw Carrie in her room. But if you look into Vice's room, it's just this dark abyss, an utter nothingness.
Oh.
And the ambiguity comes from, is this the room in just a default state, or is this truly what Vice wants?
Just peace and goddamn quiet.
Me too, Vice.
To be in a void and cease to be.
Yeah.
So at the very end of it, just all he wants is to just have one uninterrupted cigarette.
That was it. That's all he wanted.
He looks in there and all he sees is just a pack of cigarettes on the grass.
On a table,
Yeah.
lit by a spotlight.
And it says on a little plaque. It's just 10 minutes uninterrupted.
There's some kind of weird Gregorian chant coming from somewhere, and he's like,
You hear the Sephiroth theme playing in the background.
"That's a little too ominous,
A little aggressive on that end.
a little harsh."
I don't think you can enjoy a cigarette to that.
I could enjoy a cigarette to that. That sounds like a great time.
But it's also a
One-winged
bop, so I get it.
Yeah. Okay, so Vice was Chelsea's.
Yeah.
Jenny, you okay?
Anyone else?
Does that say, does anyone else want to answer? What
So-
NPCs within Lotus House?
I've got a couple.
Okay.
Oh,
Because I'm queer.
spooky lesbians.
No, not even the spooky lesbians. I wanted more.
The dragon lesbians. Laura.
I always want more of winter, but no, that is not what I was saying.
Just gonna listen.
Because of my particular tastes, I would have liked to see more of Lorelai. Just
More
because,
lesbians.
but I'm gonna be honest. As a player, I always want more of Dalvash,
Same.
and we win.
I love how we never call him by his actual name, like Leland that he introduced. It's always we win.
We win.
Never
Because
Leland.
we went off that one day about the pizza party.
The
and
piece
we
of
can't-
party that
and we
Dorian
can't-
is not invited
we got
to.
invited We
They can
can't
have
go
water.
back. We can't go back after that moment. There isn't a before the pizza party, only an after. Okay.
It's inevitable.
Also, the true best of us.
The true best of us.
Best of us. Oh my God.
I love
What
her.
are you doing, Freya? What
is she
did you get
doing?
into? She got into something. I heard something fall.
Disaster.
There we go. That's much better.
Oh, no, it's the mail.
And
Hello, Mr. Mailman.
Bye.
Jesus.
Bye, Jason's ribbon.
Oh, no.
And now, Jason,
Fabulous.
character you would like more time with.
I mean, I was also gonna say Vice, just because, yes, and I mean, what else is there to really say? I also wanted, as like Jason, me would like to have hung out with the spooky lesbians. I don't think, given what we did to them and the situation that they were in, really gave us, an opportunity to really get to know them and talk to them.
Yeah.
Same goes for the Dragonborn couple. Like, same situation there. Like, we could have talked with them more. We could have gotten to know them, but I think the fact
We
that
saw body parts in the backyard.
busted in and we're like, hey, we're gonna just wreck your shit a little bit by being a little too intrusive. Probably not a great first impression.
No.
But I think I, as Magna, kind of got to talk to everybody that he would have wanted to. So, yeah.
I like the idea of Jason just third wheeling every lesbian couple in the Lotus House.
Me specifically, that's weird.
Well, it's like you said that like you, Jason, would want.
No, because I'd be interested to get to know more about their situation. Like, how did they get there? Like, how did you meet each other? Because I'm just curious how that happened. Like,
That's fair.
Makes sense, but at the same time,
The visual that I got is just Jason following around every lesbian couple in the Lotus House. Just let's go lesbians, let's go
I
lesbians.
would. I
You
probably
really would.
Yeah.
You really would.
Beautiful.
Oh gosh. That does delight me. I do love. Okay, I personally
That's
love.
delight me.
I love the spooky lesbians, and I had like all of this in mind for like them aesthetically, and then just it started, and then it kept going, and then like because of how everything happened, half the stuff that I had in mind didn't happen, but it was so good. Oh, it was so good. It's like, I want more spooky lesbians, which is why it was like, don't kill them, please.
Please don't kill them.
What did you have in mind for the spooky lesbian?
It was a lot more just aesthetic planning instead of like narrative, because when I got the idea for them, it came from a lot of the way I get ideas for NPCs comes from music and songs. So like I'll hear a song on Spotify and go, wow, that could make like a really cool X, Y, and Z, and then it becomes
A playlist.
Yes, it becomes a playlist, and then we get characters. And I wanted to show more, just like, even though clearly these two women were kind of on these power trips and like riding this high of like getting this power, and it's like feeding that kind of darker side of them, that they were still so pitifully in love.
Yeah.
And like showing that like this adoration and being so enamored with one another as they're watching each other like drain the life force from someone, or watching them manipulate a horde of zombies. And like just
Romance.
yeah, I wanted to show that more, but then most of the fight took place under the horde of zombies.
Yeah, it really did.
And I was like,
Fox.
which was brilliant. That just means you couldn't see the Google eyes they were making at each other.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at the way she animates those corpses.
I mean, it's like that's happening, and then there's the three of us just
like the
Which is-
juxtaposition.
it's just really good.
I will be right back. My food is here.
All right.
How dare
Have
you.
Fun. Food time.
So then we can get that after Chelsea gets back.
How dare you?
Let's go lesbians.
Let's go,
Let's go
lesbians.
lesbians.
Let's go lesbians. And I'm
I love that we demanded a new lesbian for each floor.
Yeah. And then it kind of became a game. Like
I think it just like happened.
And where's the
anyway.
lesbian?
but then towards the end
Who's
I
the
was thinking,
lesbian?
okay, who's the lesbian on this floor? Like and
Who's
that's
the
that's where
lesbian
that
on this
joke
floor?
came from of if Megamind isn't a lesbian, then because you're talking about Frostbite being a lesbian.
Isn't that how we ended that one stream where we're
Yeah.
like, if Megamind's not a lesbian, and then that was like the end of the stream.
I also love we walked into that room and immediately are like, oh, Megamind.
Yeah. It was very much based. It was based off of Megamind and the song, a song called "Now Hiring," which we played for
Good
Jason.
song.
It's now hiring
song.
by who's it by?
Megamind.
It's by Megamind.
Megamind is a artist now, an indie artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, new career path.
Also, what was there was something else that we called that room?
Metrocity.
Yeah, I couldn't stop laughing at that. Is that from something?
It's from
That's Megamind.
Oh, it's straight up from
Because
Megamind.
It's because it's Metro City, but he calls it Metrocity.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, that goes to show that I've only seen Megamind like one time.
Well, that's going to change when everyone comes to visit because we're all going to sit down and watch Megamind
Yes.
Just
movie
over
night,
and over.
Megamind movie
over
night.
and over.
Also, the song is called "Now Hiring" by Dr. Awkward, featuring
Megamind.
Schaffer the Dark Lord.
Okay.
So.
And Megamind.
And Megamind.
Megamind.
Oh, Cecil just sent it. Thank you, Cecil.
Cecil's on it.
That is
boom.
Megamind's what's the term?
Leitmotif.
No,
Theme song.
no, when you use like a stage name. That's a stage name. It's Megamind, and then it's
Dr. Awkward.
Dr. Awkward. Or
Oh, we love Megamind.
I do. But yeah.
No, Dr. Awkward is Minion.
Yes. Dark Lord, Schaffer the Dark Lord is Megamind. Dr. Awkward is Minion. We need to. It's been too long since I've seen that movie. It's actually
It's been much too long.
much too long. Much too
darling.
long.
I must revisit it.
Oh, Cecil pointed out they did make a D&D song. They made a song called Charisma Potion, which is a D&D song. Which
Is that the same people?
Yep, same people.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Oh, damn.
How damn.
Oh, damn.
But one of the things that I loved about that room is a thing that I'm really excited to play with in Clocked In is magic.
I'm so excited.
Magic in a modern setting is something that I always love playing with. So it was like this whole thing of like, yeah, Frostbite has all of these like these tools, but also like some sort of like ice water Genasi. It has this magic. And you see that across like alongside zipping cars and street lights and all that. I think that's really fun to play with.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I'm so. The cat bell. She is home. Sorry.
That was ominous.
That was really horrifying.
It's a good luck cat bell that we have hanging outside of our house, so we ring it each time that we go in and out.
Aw.
So I know when she's coming in.
She's bringing the food.
Ding dong.
She's bringing the food.
Nice.
Good luck.
Ding-a-ling.
That's lucky.
Okay. We have a
Pepito.
question. We have a we have a question in the
Pepito
chat
is in.
from Tristan that says, "I have a question for Casper and Nessa. Leland was originally a ranger when he was a dragonborn, but now he is a knight. Would he stay a ranger or become a paladin?" I think he'd still be a ranger. Like, at heart, I see Leland very much about for adventure and exploration and
Yeah, because I feel like a paladin is more you have an oath that you
Yeah.
like have sworn to, and I don't think Leland has like sworn himself to something.
Could
So-
he multi-class in the future?
True.
yeah, he could. I just think that
Also, paladins and knights are very different.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of knights that are rangers.
yeah, so I think that he would
That's true.
stay a ranger.
Rangerific.
Ranger.
Legitimately, the only thing that I ever asked him to swear to is to stay brave.
And
That was it.
yeah. So, I feel like he would remain like primarily a ranger.
Yeah.
And that anything that he would kind of swear to would be mostly like not to a paladin's level of swearing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just the typical I will help my friends and family sort of thing. But yeah.
We win.
We win.
We win.
We love we win.
We win.
Nessa, oh wait, do we want to let's wait till Chelsea gets back to share. Oh, Chelsea.
Toby.
Welcome back.
Nessa, did you share with the players what Leland's reveal was like fully to the first time you did it?
We win.
We win.
We
I
win.
don't think so.
What'd you like?
I think I may have shared it with Jason. but
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
know.
it.
Yep.
So the Leland reveal was also in the first iteration of Lotus House, but it happened at a different time. So primarily that reveal actually came after the boss battle. So the players fought the final boss, claimed victory, and so like the house was, losing magic. And then Leland was revealed to actually be a dying child.
Oh no!
So it's timed in such a way that a lot of the players would be out of healing items, out of spell slots.
Thankfully, though, there were
we
two
really
clerics.
said fuck you for that one.
What?
Evil.
We were
It didn't happen in this iteration.
we were very lucky that when we played, we had two clerics because Cecil and I were both playing clerics, and so we were like, "Oh no!"
Also, I had Vice in there as backup, so
Yeah.
it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, so that was the first iteration.
Yup.
So you're welcome for the mercy.
I mean, then we as a group indirectly parented Leland, still thinking he was a full-grown adult.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this man, and then it's like, oh no, this
This
actually
man
makes
That
is
was
more
a
sense.
whole ass child.
This man is unhinged. Oh, that is just a whole ass child.
That was a big old child.
Big old baby wee wind.
So, next question that we'll answer is, what was your favorite room and why?
Oh, I know mine.
All right, then you can go first.
I really think it was the boat.
Yeah?
I loved all of the shit that happened with the boat. Specifically, how fucked we all were with rolling ones left and right. It was kind of ridiculous.
It was so bad. We were
It was so bad.
shitty during that
It
session.
was so garbage. Between immediately walking in, Cora having a panic attack, Magna vomiting over the edge of the boat, and Ivor walking away just like, hey, does anyone know what the fuck is going on around here?
She's like, well, I'm the only one that can fucking do anything, I guess.
The sequence of events that happened were
it just got progressively worse, and then you're like, oh,
Cora
that's
breaking her nose, Ivor getting a concussion, us going on Splash Mountain. It was...
all
was
three
such
of
a
us
good room.
all three of us wrapped around the center post of the sails, going like
Hey,
a 90-degree
which one of you
angle.
is the real lesbian?
like I'm sorry, there's shit going on, but do you know what a Lotus House is? It's just like they're trying.
The sequence of events of that was so
much-
fucking funny.
So much was happening. It was chaotic. We were chaotic. Our roles were shit.
Your roles were chaotic.
It was so bad.
It was so horrible, and it was like we couldn't get out. We were kicking on the door. We fell over a billion times. I completely forgot that Magna could run on water. It was a whole thing.
Since the deck is wet, does that count as me running on water?
Yeah, it was just bad, but like in the best narrative way.
Oh god, I honestly really loved how that came out as well. Primarily because like I love the imagery of it all, and just I think it was hilarious. Y'all were fucking amazing.
Oh, it was funny as fuck. It was
hilarious.
So fucking funny. It sucked at the time because we were like, "What the fuck is happening?" But it was
like
great.
we're going to die on this boat.
We literally all of us had the same thought of, "Oh, this is how we die. We fought a god, but no, a boat is gonna kill us."
We're gonna get killed by our own actions.
The thing that also made me laugh is like, honestly, it would be best for if anyone got chucked overboard for it to be Ivor, because Cora would panic and probably drown. I don't know if Magna knows how to swim.
Not true. That's not true. But the thing is, that's not true. That wouldn't be good because the problem is you were.
I didn't say it would be good.
You were not the best person to be thrown overboard because you're literally in a poofy fucking like royal dress. You would drown, and you're already near death.
Go, oh, my crown. Where did it go? Where is it?
You would drown so fast.
I'm so pissed that I lost that. Now I have to get another one.
Give a shit.
Get another one.
To be fair, y'all were also like you did well in the room too because you got the real captain's attention and everything. Because if you did it, I did have a couple other turns planned where you could have been struck by lightning. But yeah, you got the lady's attention. I'm like, okay, this is good. We'll wrap up here before the lightning round.
Quite literally the lightning round. Nessa, your shins.
Bring it.
Your shins.
You're gonna take my shins, Jason?
I'm gonna take your fucking shins.
You're gonna take my shins? Yeah, good
You
luck.
wanna take your fucking shit?
Yeah. Bring it. Bring it, Jason.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
take your fucking shins.
Yeah.
Nessa.
You're coming for your goddamn friends.
Nessa.
You better run.
You better run. You're only gonna have. Give me your shins. Your shins.
I hate that, Jason.
Your shins.
They're
mine.
Pat.
No.
No.
Pat with love.
Your shins.
That's why I didn't give you the lightning round, so it's all good.
I'm watching.
Because the threat of the shins, it was too strong.
Who knew you could crumple the East Coast like a fucking accordion?
Oh my god. Oh.
Kristen goes, wait, what? Ashley's crying.
Oh my eyes.
They're mine.
Oh god.
One of these days.
One of these days I'm gonna take
Now that you're back in Delaware.
Yeah, now that I ran all the way back home.
Oh, you're not even out of breath. You must be in great shape.
Well, no.
Don't you know that's why
No.
that's why the East Coast is so like craggy? Is because it's just a giant accordion.
Yeah.
Is that why? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No,
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's.
that was brilliant.
I love that. I knew at some point that was gonna. We were gonna
what
do
in the
that.
teleportation magic?
I just love the Nessa woke up and chose violence. Wait, what? Wait a minute.
I didn't wake up and choose violence. I planned for violence and then had mercy.
Yeah, you planned for violence, and I planned to come for your shins.
It's true. Oh my gosh. So
My
is
cheeks hurt.
I can't wait to gift that.
yes.
Oh, jeez.
So,
Wait.
so everyone else's favorite rooms.
I was gonna say, was everyone's favorite
All
room?
right, yeah, there's no answer to your question.
So, I really like the ship room, just because of me being obsessed with pirates growing up where I did. I really
And
like
also
the imagery of
the
it.
person that was in the room.
The lesbian.
Shut up.
The lesbian.
I really like that one. I don't think that I have like a favorite because I do like that room. I don't know if I would classify it as my favorite one. I know what my least favorite part of the Lotus House was. And
Is it fetal swamp?
it's the fucking fetal swamp.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay, no, that's my question. Where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah, what?
God damn it,
Is that you?
Casper.
Oh.
Why? Why did you
goddamn
choose a
fetal
goddamn fetal swamp?
Okay, well, okay, it wasn't 100% my idea.
I think it was like I had an idea that was like less fucking creepy, and then Cass was like, no, make it.
I was like, no, wait, you gotta make it gross. Like, you could have, like, babies in it. I started, like, going off and just, like, you could go all out, babe. Fuck them up. Make it nasty. And that's when...
And then I made the fetal swamp, because Cass told me to.
So I was like, hey, have you ever... Oh, what was it? I was like, oh, did you ever play, like, Did you know about Alice Madness Returns, the creepy kids in that video game?
God damn
Do you
it.
remember the creepy kids in Little Nightmares 2? Like, those ones. And, like, so... yeah. Hi. It was I who...
Set the house ablaze.
Oh, thank you, Ashley, for clipping that. Appreciate it.
Oh, good. Wait, what got clipped?
The Nesha taking Nessa's shins.
Oh, yes!
The reveal.
The reveal that I've been waiting all week to do.
That clip needs to be downloaded, and that, like, alone, it needs to be put on YouTube. Like,
Oh, it
I
sure
can, I can do that.
It sure does,
Hell
because
The-
planning that for a while.
So good. It's also good to know that the fetal swamp beat out Dorian's room for worst part of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I think
We
Dorian's
could
room
deal
was
with
just-
Dorian. We could beat up Dorian.
fetal
There wasn't
swamp.
much that we could do about the fucking fetal swamp.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
beat
with
up
Dorian's room,
Dorian.
that was like the intro to the Lotus House. So we're like, oh shit, this is happening. And like with Fetal Swamp, we're like, we know that shit happens. And then we were just like, this hasn't happened before. This was never a thing.
You thought
This is
you knew
new.
the Lotus House. You thought you knew.
Yeah, we didn't get a Fetal Swamp 3 rooms back.
We didn't get a fetal swamp in Brosif's room.
Yeah,
Joseph
didn't.
didn't desire a fetal swamp.
Yes, we
Neither
desire
did
it.
Ivor didn't desire a fetal. She didn't wake up one day and go, you know what sounds great?
But
Fetal swamp.
Ivor wants a baby. And
Fetal swamps and babies
That's a little
are
bit
very
different than-
different.
have you ever
Big
heard
jump.
about the weird dreams you get when you're early in your pregnancy? I kind of figured it's something like that.
A Fetal Swamp?
It's more Ivor got what she wanted.
Pregnancy's terrifying.
And the Lotus
Yeah, it's
House
fucking
got what
disgusting.
it wanted, which was to murder everyone there.
Yeah.
It didn't get what it wanted. It lost, but
Yeah,
But
but then
it was
again...
trying.
I also love that the big bad of the Lotus House, like, was trying to be suave and shit, and all of us were just like,
yeah,
you don't get to speak.
he wasn't
It's the fucking Sasuke meme.
What's
just
fu-
holding him by the neck up against a wall.
See, the thing is, what's funny is Nessa and I didn't like make him to be suave, and he was never suave.
He wasn't.
It was literally just like you would find what you found about him, and Nessa and I were just like literally what we would do is we would communicate via a notebook we would pass back and forth. And you all would see us writing in it, and that would also be written in like before stream with our information and stuff on it. And literally with that, it just said he starts monologuing. So I just started to improv because I was just like, okay, nah, nah, nah. So I was like, thank
Until
God.
we shut him up.
No, thank you. 'Cause I had
Shut
nothing.
him the fuck up.
I had
Shut up.
such minimal shit planned because I knew I was gonna maybe get like a sentence in, and then
Didn't Magna body slam him into the wall?
yep.
Yeah, grabbed him by the throat and just held him there because then Cora came up behind him and did some psychic shit and got him.
And like
And we were just double teaming because we're like, we're done. We're fucking done. You want to leave? We want to go home.
he also isn't the kind of person you really want to listen to. So like,
no.
After all we
He's
knew about him
Faye.
going up, we were like, this is trash man.
yeah,
Trash man.
Trash man.
worse than being Faye He's trash.
He's a trash person.
He's a trash man. He starts throwing trash all over the house.
Listen, you do not disrespect Danny DeVito like that.
Lord and Savior Danny fucking DeVito.
My
I don't know. My
If Danny DeVito's not in clocked in,
It's gonna be a fucking
Shit,
problem.
where's my
It's gonna be-
obsidian?
it's
Start
gonna
making
be-
notes.
Where's my obsidian portal? Okay.
oh my god, I thought that man was naked.
I mean, you're in Florida, so maybe.
Potentially.
He does look naked.
Listen,
He's
listen.
not.
Earlier before
not, but
we
he
started
looks it.
streaming, Jason, when you got up before we started streaming, for a split second, I thought you weren't wearing pants.
I am wearing pants. They're dark. You see them? They look like this.
There you go.
I don't know why, but it registered in my mind. I'm like, this man
See,
is
the
half
problem is,
naked.
Jason, with what you just did, no one on stream is going to be able to see it because the frame covers it. It doesn't prove anything to stream.
You'll have to take our word for
You'll have to
it.
trust
It
us.
doesn't prove. Just trust me. I'm wearing pants.
Trust me.
Wait, so we had Jason's favorite and we had Jenny's favorite, or at least most liked, and then least liked. Chelsea, what's your favorite room?
Sorry.
And least favorite. We'll come back to Jason for his.
Okay. I did like the boat. The boat was really fun. I think honestly, I really, really liked Miriam and her room. Didn't want to fuck with her, but I really liked her room, like quite a bit. I liked the way it worked. I liked her as a character.
Yeah, I know she's also one of Cecil's favorites.
She was cool. As for least favorite, honestly, for me, it was Dorian. I couldn't fucking stand him. I fucking could not stand Dorian.
That was the point.
Neither could Cora. Cora was like, shut up. Shut up.
That was the point.
'Cause I loved the last room. I had no issue. Like the fetal swamp. Okay, I did have an issue with the fetal swamp, but the rest of it was all really cool.
You did
It would have been
So-
so nice if we had just accidentally killed the Dorian rather than knocking him out.
Whoops. Wait, so Chelsea,
Oops.
you loved dying corpse queen Gwen and
Cora
puppet
didn't.
Thesperience.
Cora didn't, but I did. I thought it was fucking cool.
Yay! I also
This was really
numbers.
fucking neat. Also, I just want to I still need someone to draw Dread Knight Winter because I'm gay.
Hey Jenny. Hey
That
Jenny.
description was so. Leave me alone.
could
I
do
know I'm
that.
an artist. Leave me alone. I don't want to.
Wow, you are an artist.
You could do it. Crazy, I know.
Dread Night Winter. Dread
Dread
Night
Night
Winter.
Night Winter.
Jason, what was your least favorite?
Okay, this is for like a really roundabout kind of thing. There are two rooms that I didn't like dislike them, but I disliked my approach to them.
Okay.
And I think that kind of carries over. And it's Clover's room and Brosif's room.
Okay.
Do you regret punching Brosa?
Yes. Yes. That was for that one.
That's a very
Not great.
straightforward.
Not great.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, no, I really wasn't a fan of my decision to punch Broseph in the face.
Listen,
roll
you just decided to
poorly.
listen to me.
Yeah, which
That was
I
the
continued to do in rooms after that. and
You gotta
it was
learn to
bad.
stop doing that.
It wasn't, but for Clover's room specifically, one of the things that, like, going into that room, I thought I could handle was being the speaker. Because in previous rooms, it would be like, we'd walk in, either Cora or Ivor would like take the reins on something, talk to the individual, get to know them, and then immediately jump in with, "Hi, your reality is a lie." And I was like, I'd love to be able to do that. And I said, "Oh, there's a child.
I'm a dad.
I'm a dad. I can do that." And I was like, that's the approach. And then I realized me, Jason, is not a dad. So I don't have that kind of knowledge. I can't do that. So sitting down like, okay, how do I relate with a child? How do I do that? How do I be subtle about this when I have no understanding of how to connect with a child? And then it got awkward because I was like, oh, I'm literally just talking. And I'm just pulling Magna's character just out and being like, look at this. Please relate to some aspect of this, please. Please, do you like this? Do you like what I'm providing for you? And they didn't. So I was like, oh no. I fucked up.
Clover did appreciate it after you got them out
That's
of their
true.
room.
That's true.
While they were in
But
their room, it was
in the moment, it was just really not great. And then it was like, oh, combat. And I was like, oh, cool. I'm going to sneak around and not be a problem. And then by the time I popped out, I was like, aha, I can do it. Oh, it's over? Oh. Oh, it's done? You finished? Yeah. Oh, it's over.
Oh no.
Cool. And then the child starts crying, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh, no.
And now they're sad.
I will admit, it was nigh impossible for y'all to get Clover out of their room without combat.
Yeah.
No matter who tried to talk to Clover, it was
That was the
going to
vibe I got.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
There was going to be a fight because you're trying to take them from their mom, who they know is dead, but they don't want to acknowledge. So don't take that as a Magna failure. Take that as
No.
No.
No. I just thought that was me. I felt like I was losing touch with how to play a dad.
You need to
I
practice
was like,
your dadding.
Like, I'm not a dad.
Good thing the next campaign you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, you're not playing a dad next campaign.
Hang
Well,
up your dad mantle.
not next
Well.
campaign.
Oh.
Aelmir, though.
Oh yeah, true. You're playing a lot of dads, aren't you? Or is it just one?
Mormon sex cult.
It is not a Mormon
Why
sex
did you
cult.
bring that up?
It's not a Mormon sex cult, but he is a father.
Time to channel your dadding.
And that is unrelated to religion. Okay.
So, actually, I kind of... Oh, what?
I was going to ask what your favorite room was.
I was going to ask what your favorite room was.
Look at
Wow,
that.
how funny.
Ladies first. What's your favorite room?
I think not.
I asked you second. What's your favorite room?
No. Nessa supersedes. You enter first, Casper. She
I
has
said
first.
ladies first. The missus goes first.
Fine. I love all my babies equally. No, I have favorites, obviously. Just like with children. And so,
Thank God we don't have kids and don't plan to have kids.
I will say, as someone who babysat for a majority of my high school career, yeah, you have favorite kids.
As
Yeah,
some-
You don't admit it.
You don't have favorites, but you have favorites.
No, it's not even that. You have favorites.
as-
You know that.
Yeah, as someone who used to be
You
a
know that.
children's
They
teacher-
kind of know that.
Yep, yeah. Someone who's... Yep, you have favorites.
so my favorite rooms tend to be if I'm running them, I like to play with the what you can do in D&D beyond just combat versus RP. Ergo why I really like the ship room, because it was me trying to do something a little different, and just mechanics wise. So I did like that. I personally do really like Micah's room.
Oh my god.
Because I love
love that.
building it in the sense of it's these weird shenanigans of just here you have to do this fashion show
I'll
and you
keep for the math one.
and I put in the
yeah,
calculus
what?
riddle. So I thought it was funny, and which is all
Thank
that.
God we had a wizard.
And
Yeah.
Google.
Wizard, a wizard and
A
Google.
wizard and Google.
So I like being able to play with those mechanics and making people do weird shit in D&D, and just have to be creative in what answers you give. And then I also like being able to do that mood whiplash of hey, all of this had all this weird shit had been designed by a teenager who just desperately wanted to be loved for who she was, and wanted to be believed in.
Ow.
That hurt me. Micah hurt me. I love Micah so much. Like, God.
God, I love Micah.
So yeah.
Congratulations, she's your daughter now.
I know. The best of us.
Was there a room? So I don't want to like say least favorite because we're the DMs, so that's like a little different.
Yeah.
But like, is there a room that you had plans and expectations for, and it just didn't go how you planned it?
So firstly, I do also want to say my favorite room that I didn't run was Dalavash's. I love that one, and then I cried.
Oh, it was so good.
But I did fucking love every moment of that. As opposed to like, so for running, I did have more planned for Carrie's room.
Yeah, there was a good amount of stuff planned for Carrie's room.
So I think part of the reason why it didn't work out as well was just because I had hidden like things in the room for you to investigate and find to learn more about Carrie's ward, and just because a lot of the mechanics of the Lotus House where you're supposed to bring in like either punch out the tenant, or you bring in logic to break them out of it, to show them that their room isn't actually real and it doesn't fit with like the truth of what happened. But you didn't know anything about Carrie's past. And so I hid a lot within the room itself to find out what was Carrie's past and what did happen with the ward and what is the truth of that situation. So
I literally remember telling Nessa, you know, the moment that this all happens that they're going to call Dalavash. They're not even going to investigate. They're going to call Dalavash.
No.
And so I
To
was
be
like,
fair-
hey, when y'all call Dalavash, it doesn't work. Because I was trying to encourage you all to investigate.
I was also trying to encourage
And then you're like, I'm going to go outside. I'm like, yeah.
smart.
But to be fair,
That was smart.
to be fair, we were given that really great scene of just the two of you as Carrie and Dalavash, and we just got to sit back and watch, and it was just really good.
It was
just like-
fantastic.
I don't know, it was just really fun to have a moment where it was like, you know what, let's just let the narrative happen between the DMs, and we're just like, cool, this is nice. And it was different because we were just kind of witnessing you all give us a free room.
You're welcome.
Pretty
I also
much.
did have combat stats if you pissed off Carrie.
Oh, God. Thank God we didn't.
God.
I had a combat stats for like a good amount of tenants. Never the ones that you actually pissed off, oddly enough.
Good.
Oops.
Yeah, those ones were like, this is close enough.
Like some of them, like, yeah, there's like 90% chance of combat here. We're going to put stats for it. But there were some of them, aka Broseph, where we're like, I don't think anything's going to happen.
Literally.
And then we punched him.
Less than an
I
hour
punched him.
before the stream, I was talking about, I'm so excited for them to meet Broseph. They're going to love him. I feel like they're going to become friends with him, which did happen. But
Yeah.
We punched him first.
You punched
which
him
is
first.
why he actually didn't just immediately lash out, because I was in such shock that you hit Broseph.
I'm sorry.
Well, not you
I
as in
thought
you.
it would
This was a
work.
collective effort.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
It was,
Jenny.
it was so funny.
It was so funny.
so fucking
It was
funny.
so funny.
Here's the thing. Whenever things like don't go to plan, it's never like an oh shit. It's so much like I didn't think of it, but this is incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, there was an oh shit, and then Jenny said, "Oh, sorry, my friend has arm spasms." Oopsie. Sorry, don't mind him.
Please.
He's got a trigger finger on his bicep. Like, what is? Like, come on.
My God.
Oh, fuck.
So those are my favorite rooms. And
Jenny,
then
you're
also
muted.
What,
We cannot hear you.
what I struggled with, but
I was just yelling at myself.
Okay, because I could hear you through the wall. I couldn't tell what you said.
So what was your favorite room?
It's kind of a hard one because it was kind of like I had rooms that I was excited for, like on each floor.
Oh,
you know, so it was like each floor had a room that I was like really excited for. I think the rooms that I was the most excited for was to do Dalavash's room.
Yeah.
And Hitchwire's. Because Hitchwire is a very near and dear character to me. I honestly
I loved Hitchwire's room.
Of all of the player characters
very
I've
good.
made and played, I think Hitchwire's who I'm the most proud of. But that also ties in with, I feel like Hitchwire's room is one that I actually, in comparison to what I have planned, executed the most poorly. Because like I had all of this in mind for Hitchwire, and then it was like it came time for it, and it was like,
It's gone.
Oops.
Well,
and like
for any consolation, it was also up there for like one of my favorite rooms. I loved Hitchwire's room.
It was very good.
another room that I am, and I will completely own up to this fact. I think my least proud moment was the Dragonborn wives.
Oh,
There was a miscommunication. So Nessa, can you share your side of the story, please?
Primarily, so with the Dragonborn wives. So
yeah.
originally in the first iteration, only Kava was real. And so the one that had all the bodies in the backyard.
Yeah, I remember.
But for this iteration, we were like, so we were trying to also fill rooms, and I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be really cool to have like both of them are real and just in back-to-back rooms. And we're like, yeah, that'd be super cool. And pretty much that is all I ever fleshed out. And then I made combat stats. And that's pretty much all I
Of course.
had.
So I was under the impression, because of the information I got through texting, because all of this planning happened over texting.
While I was at work.
Yeah. Well, I think we were, yeah. And I was under the impression that the Dragonborn wives had survived an attack, because that's kind of like what happened in the first thing, is Kava survived, and that they were separated, and both ended up at the Lotus House, thinking the other was dead, and that their greatest desire was... So that was what I had assumed. So that's why Kava was like, you're alive? And everyone was like, what? And I was like...
And then I was like, what?
Yeah. Because I had wrongfully assumed. And after the Nessa was like, well, that was a surprise. So it's like...
Well, I was like, I'm sorry, because Cass is better at improv than I am. And I'm like, shit, I missed my cue. And we figured out that Cass thought of something and then either never told me or I never got the message, because I also get like shit poor service at my work. And so it's like, oh, oopsie.
Oops.
Which is why that may have been a little confusing, because we weren't on the same page with that one. So, oopsie. I will say one thing that I am very proud of that I didn't create. Excuse me, goodness, that I didn't create, but I was so proud to perform, was Leland. Leland was all Nessa's idea, and that all that. But when we decided that I was to play Leland, and then getting to play Leland, like,
Cass is so good at Leland.
I love Leland. I love playing kids. I don't know if y'all noticed. I like kids.
No, never.
Didn't pick up on it.
Really? Are you sure? The one time you almost got me to cry and goddamn Welcome to Nexilis was fucking Lily's breakdown? Really?
Mm-hmm. God damn it. God damn it.
So yeah, I think my favorites are probably Dalavash and Hitchwires that I ran. The one that I'm like the most kind of least proud of is either Hitchwires or the Dragonborn. No, I loved doing Hitchwire's room. It was just like, standards here, and then this happened.
'Tis the nature of D&D.
Yeah. And then
And co-DMing. Co-DMing's hard, bro.
co-DMing that actually takes us to our next question.
I will say really quick. I know you weren't happy with how you did Hitchfires. That was probably one of my favorite moments of the game because the RP that came from that moment was so good. I just want to say that as a blanket term.
We actually planned, originally, Hitchwire wasn't going to be in the Lotus house. Hitchwire was going to be waiting outside for Mikhail. And y'all would originally, originally you all were going to bump into Hitchwire on your way in. So you all would have known for a fact that he wasn't in there. Because it's he's outside. But then I was like, wait, no, I have an idea for Hitchwire's room. And then I just spat it together. And then we're like, oh, we got to do this. I got to do this.
Into the Lotus house he goes.
Into the Lotus house he goes. So when you all were joking, watch Hitchwire not even be here. I was like, he almost wasn't. But we planned the whole thing between Mikhail and Hitchwire. That was one of the first things that we came up with was Mikhail coming in and helping Hitchwire during the seizure and that whole thing.
Good.
Just they're so good.
Very good.
So I'm so glad you enjoyed it because does my heart good. So technically the next question we got was a question asked by Nessa, sent by Cecil. But we're gonna skip that. We're gonna skip that one.
No,
skip it.
which DM is the hottest?
DM is the hottest.
So apparently Nessa wanted to ask, which DM is the hottest?
Both of you. Trick question.
Yeah, it's a trick question.
me.
All of the above.
Your question is
It's
Jason.
actually me.
You're not a DM yet. You're not in the running yet. Well, I mean, you have DM'd before. Come next week, Jason. You can come for the throne.
So it's indeed all of the above.
Yes.
Can't believe my flight's tomorrow.
Jason, you were so dejected. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
You're a hot DM, Jason.
You
Don't
are,
listen to
you
that.
are.
Aw, thanks.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
It's oh, thanks.
Oh, shucks.
But Jason did ask actually our next actual question.
I did. And it wasn't which DM is hotter.
Jason
It
asked,
could have been.
how do you plan for sessions as dual DMs? How do you decide who does what ideas end up in game, and who takes over running things in game?
Good question.
Rock,
Good
paper,
question.
scissors.
It is typically just we'll be sitting on the couch or texting or taking a shower together, and then it's just hey, do you want to do this or do you want me
Best
to do
ideas
this?
happen in the shower.
It's true. But it would be a lot of, and it's kind of just knowing each other's strengths.
Yeah, I think it'll be we'll plan out the floor and going to be whose room is on the floor, and then we'll divvy up the rooms. Do you want to play this character or this character? And then trying to make it as even as possible. So I know that I was gearing up for the ship room, and I'm like, oh man, that's gonna be a time. Help me.
Yeah. So I took over more rooms when she had heavier rooms to deal with.
And vice versa. And then we'll figure out who's doing what characters. So we tried to limit having to talk to yourself as much as possible. Because Cass is really good at that. I am not.
Yeah, so it was just a lot of balance.
And we had a notebook that we recorded everything in.
Yeah. I did also learn, one of the most important things I think I learned about my wife through co-DMing is that we have very different prepping styles. I will prep things, and they'll be in here.
Yeah.
And then I just go with it.
You just do it.
And then I'll be here with a notebook writing everything down and be like, hey, honey, do you want to add anything to the notebook of the plan? We have to DM in 2 hours. Do you want to add anything?
So then I would just tell her what I had in mind. But the thing is, with me as a DM, I now DM completely differently than I used to. Because of you guys. I DM completely differently in the sense of I have started to plan less and less and less, and I just have main. No. I just have main beats because y'all can carry the story. You don't need me to guide you, and so with me doing that less and less, it's like. I was like, I don't have anything to write down because I don't know what the players are going to do. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. And we'll see what happens. I also do have the advantage that I am an improv actor professionally.
Kind of what you do.
Yeah, it's your thing.
Your shtick.
So, I would say we would probably do more heavy communicating if we did this in the future again.
Yeah. We had, like, for this, it was helpful that we had at least had, like, a framework that we both know. And then we kind of just, like, added on to that.
Yeah.
Also architecturally.
Thank
you, Cecil, for doing all the maps.
Thank you.
Love you dearly.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
You don't want to know what I originally made the floor plan.
I do want to know what the original floor plan was.
Each floor was going to look like a butterfly. I can't do visuals. So it was like there's a hallway and then 2 rooms and then 2 rooms and then a little hemisphere at the end. And that's the big room. It was very, very bad.
It doesn't sound that bad. It sounds very
cute.
similar.
That sounds like feasible. Like
Yeah, that makes sense in my brain.
Every floor was just going to be that, but like flipped back and forth vertically.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Yeah.
Cecil's maps are better. That's just fact.
Well, Cecil also has done this before, so
I'm also bad with dimensions and visuals.
That's valid.
it's okay.
Yeah. So that's why, like,
I am
anytime
the same way.
anytime I describe a character, I'll do like 3 elements because I'm like, I just need you to have the vibe of this character.
It's their sun sign, their ascendant.
No.
No, not this again. Not this
None
again.
of my characters have horoscopes.
No, that is not true. Fiero is a Libra because we talked that out.
I hate you so much.
Or was he a Virgo? Oh shit, was he a Libra or Virgo? I can't remember.
I know Jenny and I have
What
talked
even
about Nexilis. I forget what I said for Cora.
This spot.
She was born in a month. She has a birthday. Happy birthday, Cora.
Done. That's it.
Done.
We did get a question in the chat from Ashley.
Oh.
Hello.
Ashley asked, question for everyone. What would you say each of your main strengths are as far as character creation? Well, let's start with you.
Why?
Because we all love your characters and you haven't gotten to talk enough about your characters.
Lies. I've been talking a lot this Q&A.
Continue.
I mean, I can go first if
Yes.
Nessa needs
Okay,
to
Cora,
take a break. Because you guys did just answer like several questions in a row.
Yes.
Chelsea, go first.
Me as a player, I'm guessing is what it means. Like in general character creation, I'm thinking is what it means.
I think so.
I would say like, especially with Cora, I had like a very set path. Granted, I'd made her a while before, but I had like a very set path of like, this is why she's doing things, and that's pretty much how I make all of my characters. I also am very strong in like how I expect the character to develop. It doesn't always stay that way, but I expect the character to develop based on like how the class goes and also how I expect the story to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can also just make characters quickly once I sit down. So I guess that's that.
Speed.
Speed.
So you got kind of like the arc in mind for the character when you start out. That's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. And Jason? Jenny? Either of you?
And I popped again. Oh,
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no. Jenny looks shocked.
what's your strengths with making characters, Jenny?
I'm an English major. I don't know what you want from me.
Slap words together, make character.
Throw some words at a wall if they stick.
English and people.
I'm gonna be honest, probably backstory is my greatest strength. That's one of the things that I always love. I like to think that one of my greatest strengths is making my characters three-dimensional, especially because I ask really dumb questions that usually people wouldn't think about, especially in an adventuring party. Like, I have...
You had
It's
like the
a-
coffee
it's
question
wild.
and like the thing. It was like what's it, the 100 questions?
It was like 50 random questions
Just kidding.
that
not
I had
100.
found just to be able to
Write out the character more.
just figure her out and who she was. Like, I have an entire sheet of things that she likes and dislikes. I have...
That was very bright.
Hello,
I apologize.
Taylor, is that you?
Oh no, Jenny's found the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, she's
like I like I figured out things that she's allergic to, like random like favorite hobbies, how she displays affection, if she believes in ghosts, like that kind of random ass shit that I like doing with all of my characters. Like, I know how she sleeps, I know like what position she sleeps in, I know like how expressive she is, what type of music she likes, like, because that's always been my thing of I want to know exactly what happens in all of these different scenarios so that if it ever comes up, I don't have to just pull it out of my ass.
Yeah.
You're prepped. Super prepped.
Hella prepped.
Yeah.
damn.
And Jason? Oops.
One of the things that I like to do with characters is I like to create the aesthetic of their presence. So things like, what's their personality? Like, how do they talk to people? How do they interact with members in the party? Like, are they, super persuasive? Do I want to, play a character that has a funky voice? Do I want to play a character that, would be, just the group comic and the funny guy in the group? Or do I want to play somebody that's like, a group dad?
The
Do I wanna
tropes.
play-
You play
yeah,
the
yeah.
tropes.
I want to figure out a trope to kind of put myself into, because using like the basics of what, how do these characters, fit into stories? How do I pull that out of the story that's being presented? So it's like, for Magnus specifically, I went in with, okay, he's going to be like the dopey himbo. So it's like, how would a dopey himbo go about solving all of these problems? And if there's like an issue, like where does a dopey himbo kind of fit into that problem to kind of figure out the solution? Or if there's a serious scene, how do I play a dopey himbo but also have it be narratively interesting for like character development or for like an entertaining scene to role play or something like that?
Yeah.
Which is what got me frustrated in scenes where it was like, oh, I actually have to look at my abilities on my character sheet, and I didn't prep for that because monks don't have,
A ton of like out of combat shit.
Yeah, they don't have a ton of that. And
Yeah.
since there were more situations like use your brain, I was like, my brain's in my arms.
That was actually something I prepped a lot with Korra, because I knew like rogues, they have some out of combat stuff, but most of the thing that makes like rogues is in combat. Because I actually ended up taking like the magic initiate feat with Korra. I took a lot of feats with her with the bard aspect because she was originally a bard. She would have been if I had known that we were going to go above level 5.
Whoopsie.
Originally we weren't gonna level. And I was like, oh, I don't want to play just a level 5 bard. But like I actually thought a lot about that with Korra. Like actually prepping, like what can she do out of combat? So that's why she was so persuasive and so charismatic and all that shit, because she was a politician. She knows to talk to people. Like that was what I did.
Which is why I'm really excited for Aelmir, because I'm taking all of these weird tropes and trying to fit them into a story
I'm so ready.
for
Yeah.
you
So ready
all.
for it.
So
So
ready
it's
for
it's
Elmir.
really funny. There are a lot of characters, quite literally and metaphorically.
One of the
That are-
NPCs is so broken.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Jenny. Yes, they are. But but I'm really excited because it's going to be okay. See if you can figure out the trope just by interacting with them one time and see how they don't fit into what they're doing.
Oh, good.
So
Uh,
that's funny.
yeah. Wait.
Yeah. Also, I'm very upset that Le Monster just missed the magic trick earlier.
Oh,
I could do it again.
Hey, hey.
Yeah, do it again.
Hey,
I can do it again.
say something that make you angry.
Pardon?
I'm trying
You
to
get me to take your shins?
Yes, I'm trying to come. You can't take my shins. You
Oh.
can't reach me.
I can't take your shins.
No, you
Well-
cannot. Nope.
Oh,
no,
You are not able.
Guess what?
No,
You
no,
have
the
no
acting.
ability.
Oh,
No,
no, no, no, no, no.
I
Naughty,
guess
naughty.
I will have to
Naughty,
take your shins.
naughty.
I'm wearing.
Oh, no, no.
So those pants. See, we saw pants on that man.
Look at that. Hey,
We are
pants.
professional actors. Oh,
Oh my
Again. Your
Ah.
shins are
Oh
mine.
no!
See, I don't have shins anymore. They're all gone.
You're also not wearing pants.
That was the most like B-rated
No, I know,
acting
no.
I've ever seen.
You're both wearing pants. We're all wearing pants.
We're wearing pants.
They're very good. I just noticed there's still confetti up there from.
Oh, from when we finished. Oh my god! There is still confetti up there.
That was the most like B-rated
And we had
level
seen
acting.
none of it.
And your confetti's fine.
We didn't see any of the confetti at all.
Yeah.
We're seeing the confetti a week late. It's fine.
Want a tussle?
You want a tussle?
Fisticuffs?
I love how we did that for the singular community child.
Yes.
Yes,
So.
we're here for the audience.
I don't know why Jason's
Wearing
arm
pants.
just coming into frame was so fucking funny. It was just,
Oh.
you're no longer a bald baby, you're now something else.
I'm a mess.
A hot mess.
Babe,
Yes.
where do you feel your strengths are in character creation?
Far left, got it.
Okay. I'm gonna talk a bit and I'm gonna feel embarrassed about it.
Do it.
So there's kind of like two ways I like to go about it. So I do like to have bit characters that just are contradictions in and of themselves. So Brosif, who is incredibly intelligent, but a super bro.
I love him. I love him so much.
Really, you don't show it. So, like, I like having those like kind of bit characters, and then the opera singer, how like she sees herself as like wants to be like very beautiful, but then is revealed to be a very much a plain Jane, but is still like horrendously loved and worshipped by the necromancer. So like I love having contradictions as much as possible, and especially if it's in like a singular figure. And then when I make player characters, I tend to try and have like a core question that's just a part of them. So Mikhail's has always been, is it wrong to not be the hero? So like usually you have the hero, they do a great thing that goes beyond what a normal person would do. It's incredibly courageous, incredibly brave. And Mikhail's is set up that way in that they could have done the incredibly brave thing and been a hero, but they didn't. And like, is it okay that they didn't? And Mikhail's answer is very different from my answer, which is very different from another person's answer. But like, I always made that like an integral part of his character. Vice's is a, what happens if you do your very best and it's still not enough? Carrie's is, what do you do when you complete the thing that you're good at? What do you do next? And just like having these like core themes has always been something I look for, and then just building around that. So Carrie's is not only that core theme, but then the contradictions of being incredibly big and strong and like cruncher, but also like incredibly gentle and soft despite being made of metal.
Yeah.
And so like that's how I try to construct my characters and just fill in all the other bits as it goes down the line.
Yeah.
That's just me. That's how I feel I can add
I love
depth to
that.
my characters.
I also
really love that.
just
Cool.
love how much each of the characters that you listed and the reasons, like the tropes of why you created them, are all just gifted kid trauma.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it all also comes back to I accidentally put all my fucking like Catholic guilt and anxiety in every single one of my fucking characters. And then Cass is like, hey, look at the Catholic guilt in that one. I'm like, what? Oh shit.
Oh fuck!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that one.
trauma to me.
Yeah. And I don't even got the Catholic guilt, but I now can see it.
Stop dabbing sadly.
Stop dabbing that. Oh my gosh.
How do you create your characters?
So I kind of mentioned that a lot of my characters start with like Spotify playlists and Pinterest boards. But a lot of the time I am actually inspired to make my characters based off of like something that I struggled with for a long time was making flawed characters, like making realistically flawed people. And now I think something that I'm not going to say this is a skill of mine, but it's something that I enjoy doing, and I'll let other people tell me if I'm good at it, is making sympathetic characters even though they do bad things. Is you have characters who have regrets. You have characters who made mistakes. You have characters who are making mistakes. You have characters who are either willfully doing something like they know it's wrong, but they feel it's justified, or they don't know it's wrong, and still enjoying the character. Like, Richard is a fucking dickbag.
I love Richard.
But
Richard.
you like Richard.
Not good, but good. You know?
No, I love Richard so much.
Richard,
Every single time he
good.
shows up with his sass, like fucking.
I don't have any fucking money, Richard.
I don't have any. I was literally watching that clip earlier.
You really?
Also, this little twink.
This
I'm
little
also going to
twink.
mention. I'm also going to mention that one of my favorite parts of Welcome to Nexilis is that Richard was like, I'm not really a big fan of this bitch, specifically with Ivor, and then as soon as she opened her goddamn mouth, was like, never mind, I like you.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah.
Oh, Richard.
But like that, or like also a thing that I enjoy doing, and I enjoy doing this, one of the main reasons I like playing kids, which is why Lily and Malik were there, which is why Clover was there, and why I liked playing Leland,
We win.
is showing children in very adult situations and showing how a child would handle it. Because children are stronger than adults usually give them credit for. Children are more
100%.
observant than adults usually give them credit for. But even with this intelligence and this being so observant, being very creative, they lack the experience to put their thoughts into effective action.
It's big feelings.
Yes, it's
Lots of big
we all have a lot
feelings.
of very big feelings right now, you know, and showing what kids do when they're kind of forced to act on it, or adults who never got to be kids, like Wallace or Amir, and like showing how that happened with them.
My son, who is older than me, but my son.
Or like Dimitri also, like you see these characters who like never got to be kids for one reason or another, and showing how that affected them. So I like playing with the darker side of people, their flaws, their insecurities. One of the main things that I know about all of my characters is any neurodivergencies that they may have and how that affects them.
That's sweet, sweet trauma.
Yeah.
Tasty.
So I feel
delicious.
that's what I enjoy doing, and I feel like I'm good at it.
You are. You are
fantastic
very good
at
at
it.
it.
Very good.
Here's the thing.
Very good at
Here's
it.
how I know it's so good. So I was the DM for the campaign that Cass played Hitchwire in. And Hitchwire was an asshole. Even more than like you've experienced. Like you straight up asshole.
Hitchwire pissed off more people than anything else. Hitchwire, I think, made like 3 friends over the span of like a 1.5 year campaign, and one of them was
Amazing.
Cecil's character. Like befriended like 2 NPCs and pissed off everyone else.
That's amazing.
Total and complete asshole, but still a delight. Like, I had so much fun DMing all of that. And, like, if Hitchwire wasn't played as well as they were and they didn't have that depth, then it would have just been a slog of, great, now this asshole's going to open his fucking mouth again. But no, every time, like, oh, what's he gonna do now? And then I'd put, like,
What's this bitch gonna do now?
and then I'd put, like, NPCs that, like, I knew Hitchwire would piss off, and then there would be consequences. I'd be like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do now?
And up until I think about 3/4 of the way through, Hitchwire was just like, consequences be damned, I'm gonna piss this guy off. And then the last fourth of the campaign, Hitchwire would actually go, do I really want to piss? Yeah. But there'd be a thought. There'd be a
He
question.
thought about it.
Think about it.
So I feel that just proves that, like, you can have, like, a flawed character, or even just, like, a character doing, like, shitty things, but it's still enjoyable. It's still a fun time.
Yeah. And I think that, kind of in response to when you asked the question, I think a question that I like to ask as a creator is, does doing something bad make you a bad person? And I like showing the many aspects of that through various characters. So yeah.
I actually have a question for everyone, because I know for Cora, kind of going off the shadow side of characters, and you can pick whichever NPCs that you guys want to do, but I know for Cora, if I had to pick like a 7 deadly sin for her, it would be wrath. What would it be for you guys, for your characters?
I already know mine.
All right, go.
Ivor's would 100% be pride. Pride would be her number one sin. I'm gonna be honest, because there have been points in time where she's like, I shouldn't open my mouth, but I'm going to.
It has to be right.
Out of spite and spite alone.
Has to be right and has to have the final word. Yep.
Yeah, that's why she got in like to so much shit with Gideon. It's like, I don't have to,
But I'm gonna
set your couch on fire.
But I'm gonna poke the bear. It's fine.
Yeah. Magna?
Oh, it's tough.
Hard question. It's a hard question, yeah.
Yeah.
I knew with Cora pretty immediately, because I know she is very hot-headed and very angry and reckless, so wrath made sense.
I mean, I feel the one that got him into the most trouble and killed him was lust.
Honestly, that fits. That works.
Yeah.
That's not what
A part
I was
of me-
expecting, but you're right.
No, but for real, that's what got him killed.
He was just so horny.
He was. No, but a part of me also wants to say sloth.
Yeah.
Just those two kind of like.
Yeah,
half and
bitch, you
half.
didn't run fast enough.
I will agree with. Jesus Christ. I think also Cora.
Maybe neither did Ivor's.
Neither of you did.
You too. You're
Do
this
the magic
too.
trick. Go get Jenny.
Go be Jenny up.
Yeah, please come
You know
here.
what was weird is you said do the magic trick, and I was about to stand up, and I went, wait a minute,
They're across the country.
wait a minute, which room do I go to?
All of them.
It would be really fucking funny if we were all in the same house right now and we just selectively started getting up into each other's.
Someday
we will.
One day.
Potentially in October.
You'll never know.
You'll never see it
You
come.
coming.
Do you know any of your characters' sins?
I'm here's the thing, I'm really bad at being like, oh, here's the 7 deadly sins. Like, for Mikhail, I know it's always going to be cowardice. Just,
Which
I don't know if that's a sin.
I can look for the list of the 7 deadly sins.
Well, it's a sin, but I don't know if it's deadly.
If it's deadly enough. It's just a slightly maiming
deadly
sin.
slightly maybe.
So there is
It's a moderate
lust.
sin.
There is lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride.
Do you want me to go first? Give you a second to think.
Yeah, go
Okay.
for it.
Okay. A lot of people would assume that Richard's is lust or wrath. I am actually torn between 2 of Richard's sins. I'm torn between honestly, now I know that gluttony is typically associated with food, but
It can be
It's
associated with
associated with
anything.
anything.
Yeah.
gluttony
Anything in abundance.
is a huge thing of his, especially like just indulgences.
The hedonist.
Yeah. Drugs, drinking, sex, just good feels. He is driven by that more than anything.
And a lot of it all the time.
All the time. It's just constant. He just needs,
There's no such thing as enough.
Yeah, there's no such thing as too much. He could just keep always having more. And also, I would also say pride.
Yeah.
Is
God, yeah.
yeah.
That's why he and Ivor get along.
It's weird because either they could get along really well or they would hate each other, and we're just really lucky that they met the way they did and that they
They
get
met
along.
another way.
Yeah. So I would say with
Double
Richard,
death.
Richard
Second
is a
death.
tie between gluttony and pride. Amir's. Oh my gosh, what would his be?
Ooh,
I'm curious about that.
Yeah. What do you think of it? So I think, so if we're going by seven deadly sins, I think Mikhail's would be envy.
Okay.
'Cause
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think it also comes down to Mikhail, like, envies Amir, like, hardcore. And kind of puts Amir on a pedestal of, like, that's the cleric. That's the clericiest cleric to ever cleric. And that's what I should be. And, like, that leads to bad things in that Mikhail's trying to be Amir and, like, puts their standards there. And also, like, Amir's their friend. And they're not, like... It isn't a good friend thing to put your friend on a pedestal.
No, and we've actually talked about what would happen if Amir found out about everything with Mikhail and Lotus House and Amir's place in Mikhail's room. We've talked it out.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Amir is not
Amir
happy.
can never know.
No,
Amir
because-
can never know.
No.
Yeah. Because that's why we also talked a lot about, like, Mikhail has friends, and, like, they're good friends, but what Mikhail needs isn't, like, a stagnancy. What Mikhail always needed was, like, a kick in the pants. Which they got from, like, Cora and Ivor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By God.
Corey got real sick and tired of his shit, or their shit in that
Non-lethal
moment.
stabbing.
I also just want to mention the fact, like, the tendency that we have with characters that tend to put themselves down. Because we did that with Mikhail. We also did that with the Dimitri Hate Club, because the moment that Dimitri opened his mouth to talk shit about himself, we were like, hey, shut the fuck up.
Which I do want to say, y'all are lucky that worked for the first two arcs. I want to see him pull that shit with some of the clocked in NPCs and see.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think our characters are
Listen,
gonna...
I played the Spitfire before. My new character is definitely not that.
I'll be the Spitfire.
No.
Chelsea will.
The awful thing is that we had Magna and Cora, who were genuinely, like, generally pretty chill, just in general. And then we had Ivor, who was like, I'm gonna set shit on fire as soon as you piss me off. Meanwhile, now we have my character, who is chill, please don't look at me, let me just think about this, and then maybe I'll speak up. And then your two characters are just
Let's set
fucking
things on fire.
chaos.
The thing is that my character is chaos incarnate, but also the part of Magna that is like really awkward, but to like 5 times that, and awkward in a way that it's like she doesn't pick up social cues.
Oh boy.
So she'll just
Oh, boy.
ramble at people. So yeah.
I am very
And I-
excited to see how that goes.
I guess if I could describe my
so
Champion 2
chaotic.
character. I'm trying to think. I feel...
Knife cat.
Knife Cat.
That is the most, like, the art that you
Knife
sent
Cat.
me, that fucking little
It's Knife
smile.
Cat.
It's Knife
Yeah.
Cat.
It's Knife Cat, sorry. It's just Knife Cat.
Amazing.
Also, I think I've got it down to Amir's.
Okay.
And I kind of want to explain this a little bit.
Okay.
It's either envy or pride.
Okay.
Oh.
Now, with Amir's pride, it's not that he views himself as better. It's that I am a vessel of Palor, and Palor is a god.
Hear me
and
roar.
so, at what I do, so he literally lives his life step by step through Palor. but that's kind of given him like a little bit of a his developed into a savior complex where he must take care of and save everyone.
We know.
Yeah.
We know.
Now with
And he thinks that he's the best path to do that.
yeah, but if someone but the thing is, I almost wouldn't label it as like a seven deadly sin level of issue, because if he has a patient and they come to him and say, "Hey, I want to see this other doctor," like Amir's going to let them, but he's going to take it personally.
So pride.
Yeah. Envy also, because Amir will look at people who just get to live normal lives and sometimes get angry.
Yeah.
But
That good chosen one trope.
and he's like, wow, why can't I just retire and enjoy time with my spouses and my children? Why didn't I ever get to just be a child? You know, this, but he keeps it so swallowed down that probably the only people who know are his partners.
We're gonna kick him in the shins.
Yep. Well, he's probably a lot better at it now than he used to be.
Therapy, shin kicking. Therapy,
Shin
Chin kicking.
A lot of my characters actually fall under the envy umbrella, I've noticed. But yeah. So, do you have any other characters you think you know the sins of?
I think I know Carrie's. I think Carrie's would be sloth, in the sense of like, she has a hard time getting initiative for herself. Like, if she's told to do something and like it aligns with her beliefs, then yeah, she's going to do it. But if it's like trying to find her own path and trying to figure out things for herself, she's very like, I'll wait on that. And would almost just like kind of just sit and not do anything. Then actually like take steps forward in trying to figure things out and go through the trial and error that is.
like in her room.
Yeah. Sit.
So. Yeah.
That's what I got. All the other Dodorians, I feel like y'all will know Dodorian.
Pride.
All of them.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was gonna assume
asshole's
pride, and if you
not-
said me wrong, if you said it was wrong, I'd be like, "You're lying.
You don't know Dodoria and Nessa.
You're a liar."
Oh, I was gonna be like, oh, douchebag's not a seven deadly sin.
It's the
could be.
secret.
It's the eighth.
Yeah,
The
the secret
is assholery.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
that's
secret
basically
menu.
hubris as a whole, so it counts. It's the same thing, just different words.
Yeah.
So pride.
Dorian though.
Yeah.
I don't.
I know, Chelsea. I know.
Dorian could fuck right off, and I'd be
I
satisfied.
I know.
So, does anyone else have any other questions?
There was a question in the chat, specifically because I don't know if anyone other than me and Chelsea has listened to the Magnus Archives. The question was basically what fear amalgamation from TMA each of the characters would be, and I actually already thought about that.
I also have already told LaMonster this, but I can tell it on stream.
Why did my brain? I know nothing about Magnus Archives, but my brain just went bees.
Well,
It's not even.
What
well,
are the fears?
Not even
So
just-
okay, let me get it because I shared a link before,
yeah,
but let
you
me get
shared
it.
this a while back.
Let
the
me-
funny thing
It
is
was a
that
lot.
bees is part of one of the fears.
Magnus
No,
Archives fears.
I mean, I'm not. Magnus not afraid of bees. I just wanted to say bees.
A jar of bees. A bee? There's a bee.
There's a bee.
There's a bee.
Okay, so there is the buried, which has to do with like being buried alive and caves and like claustrophobia, things crashing down around you, suffocating, drowning, like all that. The corruption is fear of corruption, disease, filth, fear of the feelings of disgust, revulsion of the things or beings that might invoke such feelings. So mold, bugs, rot, decay, infection, skin crawling.
Grody.
Also can manifest as unhealthy love and companionship. I forgot about that. The dark. I don't think I need to explain that one. But it's manifests as creatures hidden in the dark, shadow figures, monsters, blindness, cold, dark water. Desolation, which is the fear of pain, loss, burning, and destruction, especially with the senseless cause. Manifests in wax, fire, heat, burns, and destruction of potential. The end, which manifests as it's literally the fear of death itself. Manifests in forms of the dead, skeletons, mummies, zombies. Also close ties to dreams that can manifest through them. The eye, which is the fear of being watched, exposed, followed, having secrets exposed, can also pertain to the drive to know and understand, even if your discoveries might destroy you. It often manifests as security cameras, eyes, a creature, a figure that keeps constant watch, or libraries and books. The flesh, this one is so fun. Fear held by animals bred for meat, and then the human realization that we're just animated meat and bones. Manifest as meat, corpses, blood, bones, butchers, meat-related industry. Often manifests
good meat pit.
Often manifests as strange bodies being unnaturally twisted, reshaped, and butchered. The hunt, which I believe is another one that manifested out of animals. Manifests as predators, predatory monsters, animal instincts, animalistic traits. It's the fear of being prey, being chased or hunted. The lonely is fear of isolation, being completely cut off and alone or disconnected from the rest of society. Manifests as fog, large rooms, silence, crowds of faceless people. The slaughter, fear of pain coming at sudden random moments, and fear of unpredicted motivated violence. Manifest in soldiers, music that either induces the slaughter or warns that the slaughter is coming. Often manifests in imagery of war or murder and can appear wild like a frenzied killer or calm and regimented like soldiers firing on the battlefield. The spiral, which is the fear of madness, that the world you know is wrong and that your mind is lying to you. Fear of deception, lying, deceiving of the mind and senses. Often manifests within the imagery of spirals, patterns, and fractals, and often manifests as hallucinations or illusions. The stranger, fear of the unknown, the uncanny, the unfamiliar, the creeping sense that something is not right. Manifest as beings and aspects of beings that provoke an uncanny valley response, human and other being adjacent forms, such as mannequins, wax figures, masks, and taxidermy. Often manifest in theaters and performances. Why are you laughing?
Monster aggressive bagpipe sounds.
Yeah. The vast. Fear of heights, falling, and large open spaces, including sky, space, and deep water. More broadly, the fear of insignificance and meaningless, of losing oneself in too much space. Manifests as void, wide open spaces, vertigo, falling, the transformation of something that should have a limit into something infinite. And then the web is the fear of being controlled or trapped, especially being unaware of one's own entrapment. The fear of being forced to do things against one's own will, of being manipulated. Manifests as spiders, spider webs, web-like patterns, and puppets. And then there is one other one that's sort of a spoiler, but whatever. It's the extinction. It's a new entity that is the fear of catastrophic change, destruction of nature, destruction of the human skin and tissue, the destruction of humanity itself, and its replacement by something different. All of this is especially via mankind's own causing. Manifests through human technology such as computers, code, and radio, and seems to present horrifying visions of what humans could become or what could become of humans. A lot of information.
The only ones that stuck, and so the only ones I've been able to associate as the Dwyers would be the web.
Yep, that was what I was going to say as well.
Yeah, originally I thought the hunt, but then you said the web, and I'm like, no, that's it.
The web is accurate, yeah.
Yep. I'll sit and go through all the others. That'll be fun.
I can link it. So I know cores would be the vast.
Ooh.
It was between the vast or the buried, because the buried has to do with like being buried and drowned and shit. But the vast made more sense. Just open water freaks her the fuck out.
Cora,
So.
why do you do this to yourself?
That's what she does.
What way?
So, for Ivor specifically, she could have been part of a lot of them. The hunt easily could have been one. Not necessarily that she'd be a part of, but affected by.
Yeah.
The spiral she'd have a hard time with.
The web, not the web, the eye.
The eye, I believe, is the closest to what she'd do, because I could very easily see her being the archivist.
Yeah.
That's a big thing that I could see her ending, like, But there was a Picro for the Magnus Archives, and I was like, yep,
Fucked around with Cora.
that's it. I fucked around with it for a while. But she could be a part of quite a few of those. But I think her biggest fear is being exposed for things that even she's not aware of, because that's what happened the first time. And constantly being watched for people to wait for her to mess up.
Yeah.
Never being able to have secrets, never being able to like just have a moment to herself.
The ceaseless watcher.
The ceaseless watcher.
Yep.
But yeah, she could be influenced by quite a few of them. I immediately forgot the rest of them, but
Yeah.
I also linked it in the Discord as well, so if you want to look over it later.
Hell yeah.
I think that's what Jason's looking at right now.
Brain.
Great.
If you don't have an answer for it, that's fine.
oh, the
That is
lonely
okay.
too is another big one
I will.
for her.
I will also say, I do very much need a intermission.
That is a-okay.
So I need to go to the bathroom. So
How dare you.
I am going to have us, if we would like, we can pick this right back up in like 10 minutes.
Yay.
So we'll pick back up with this. We can talk more about this with the characters. If anyone wants to submit more questions, we would love to get them. We will be back and at it in 10 minutes. So please be sure to return as we go back to our intermission. See y'all in 10.
Yeah.
This is so stupid.
Yeah, we did it.
Yes.
Nailed it. 'Cause
Yes.
this is exactly, yeah.
Yay!
Actually,
Zoom.
that's kind of loud for them. Y'all are kind of loud.
I'm sorry.
Oh
I
shit!
will say this lets me know how my audio sounds on my computer, so it's really nice.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And do we have to like full screen this? Is this
Yes.
full screen?
Yes, you have to go full screen on Zoom.
Wow, what the hell?
Uh,
Where would the button be?
Try. Is it that button?
It's this.
Oh.
Oh!
What is happening?
How do you do?
Try.
What-
Click that bit. Click
What
that
did
bit.
you do?
And then full
Oh!
screen. Yay!
You did.
We did it.
Well, go.
Now I get
this.
to do the.
You did it.
See,
Good job.
You've learned.
we're doing
Yep.
it. Yeah.
So,
Hi guys.
since we are exactly
So
where
hello.
we were earlier,
Yeah.
let's pick off right where we left off with
Something
Jason.
else. What? What am I doing?
Which of the Magnus Archive fears do you think aligns most with Magna?
You didn't hear me. I'm illiterate. You really didn't hear me earlier. I'm absolutely illiterate.
Go to the screen and just like
I'm
scroll
laughing
and then
so
roulette.
hard
That's a good
because
idea.
of the fact that Casper is holding the mic and wearing the headphones that they're wearing. You look like a host for like MTV or something.
MTV Cribs.
What I've done is I've gone into the queer Thesperience mode.
Get out of
So,
here.
Jason, when did you decide to make Magna as big of a queer as you did?
Well, Casper, it all started when I woke up one day. I looked at myself in the mirror and said,
Woke up and chose queer.
well, I woke up and chose himbo. And when I saw myself in the mirror and said, you know, you haven't himboed in a while, have you? The urge was just so strong. And then Pinterest solidified that for me by giving me a load of nonsense. And with that nonsense, I pieced together a story that would become
Legendary.
pretty fucking stupid, but in the best possible way.
Oh, legendary.
Dairy. Get out of here.
Can I mention what energy that had?
What,
That
the
just
Pinterest
reminded
stuff?
me just
pretty wild.
well, one day it's the matter of just like, so what do you think your biggest regret would be? Well, you know,
Waking up and choosing
one
violence.
day I was born.
And that's about
Yeah.
it. That's it. That's about it. That's all I got. Okay, so I can't read. So
Well, how about you start with just what would be Magna's greatest fear, and then we'll slot it in from there.
I mean, I thought the lonely was the closest, I think.
I was gonna say that as well. I think for Magna that might be the best.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's all I
actually
got.
we did change places, Ashley.
All right, I hate sitting on this couch.
Surprise.
I want my chair back.
Okay, I'm
Aw,
fine
no
with that.
fun.
I like cinema.
I hate the way your webcam is set up. We're switching back. I can't do this.
Okay, we're gonna watch
Her
this live.
computer is directly in front of me, but our webcam is here.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm gonna lose it.
That's why it's just
I'll be back. I'm gonna steal more snacks.
Snack time.
In the middle of our stream,
like it
snack.
when you-
snack time.
In the middle of our stream.
You're that big of a problem.
You're right.
Are you eating our goddamn Sour Patch Kids? No.
The answer is
Caught in the
yes.
act.
The answer is yes. That's what's happening here.
And, ladies and gentlemen, and others, here we are witnessing a crime in action. Theft of
It all
Sour
started
Patch Kids.
when the Sour Patch Kids were eaten.
Now we take you live to news anchor Jenny O'Sullivan, who's live on the scene. Jenny?
Can you tell us what happened, please?
Chelsea's a bitch. That's
She heard none of that. She's oblivious. Don't worry about it, Chelsea. Don't worry about it. Hey, what's up? How goes it?
damn it.
And
I
that's
left my
next,
soda in there.
next live, we are with our correspondent, Chelsea Finley, who is also reporting on the scene. Do you have anything to say about the allegations that have been made against your character?
What?
Chelsea, can you confirm or deny if you are, in fact, a bitch?
I am. Yeah. I don't know why anyone questioned that.
Well, case
Excellent.
solved.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Okay, something.
Tune in next time.
I stole snacks,
Turn
but
it
you have no proof.
We have a confession, folks. We have a
And
confession.
it was also watched live on stream.
we saw it. We have the proof.
Somebody,
No proof. You have no goddamn proof.
somebody
Somebody
clip
roll back the
crime,
tape,
please.
because I think we caught the crime live on camera.
If we could please get one of our moderators to clip the scene of the crime. Clip the crime.
And it's just like a black and white video of Chelsea just going,
is
"Ooh,
the
before I go, I'm
grainy-
gonna have some snacks," and just eating the snacks.
I'm afraid. I fear for my life.
Oh, new crime in happen.
Well, now
It's
we're
just
witnessing
in. There is a murder. Why is that? Is that?
Why is there a Lysol spray?
I swear she said it down, and I was like, "Wow, I can't believe it's not butter."
Spray bottle
It's
form?
Lysol.
An extra large spray bottle of I can't believe
You know,
I mean,
you
they
never
sell
know
that
when you're gonna
butter
need a lot of
spray.
butter.
They sell that butter spray.
It never works.
Yeah, I mean, not that.
Oh, but when it
large.
does, it's so good. It's not good, but like when it actually.
Now, like the
we
first like
know
few
it's not
sprays
butter.
out of it are fantastic, and then the rest of the time, just like fucking get out of the fucking bottle.
Well, we
Yeah,
know
it's true.
for sure that it's not butter.
You have to know.
Fucking shut up.
Spray it on some toast and see what happens.
I mean,
How it goes.
all right.
Not
so-
well, I can tell you from experience. It doesn't go well.
You've sprayed Lysol on toast?
No, the butter.
Chelsea.
I was
That's not
talk.
even in the forbidden snack range. That's just
Bad.
poison.
bad.
It's downright
It's just
poison.
Poison. Well, let's get back to the Q&A, and I feel more confident in this now that I'm like holding the mic and I'm like alone in a room. I really have gotten into the queer Thesperience headspace. Let's do this.
Apparently, I throw Cass off their groove.
You don't get your spot back, Jason.
What? You're not throwing anyone off their groove. Kelsey's just, I don't know.
No, I love you. I'm just high maintenance. So
What's the next question?
Yeah, I don't even
the
know.
next question, and this is mostly
What's
going to be.
Amir's fear? What's Amir's
Papa.
Magnus? Archivian fear.
Careful there.
Fear.
Careful.
Archivian fear. What is Amir? No, I don't want Slack. I'll worry about that job later.
Oh, you and me both.
Okay. What is Amir's fear?
Bees.
I think his would be. Is there just a list of the?
That's the link. It's
The
if you
link.
keep scrolling.
You got to go all the
Okay.
way down.
You gotta go like halfway down. That's
All
a
the way
little
down.
dramatic.
It's a lot.
It's fears all
There's
the
a
way
lot
down.
going on.
Just fears all the way
All the way
down.
down. Okay, cool. So I think Amir would probably fit under. Let me see.
He would.
Probably.
Fit under. God damn it, Jason.
Don't you hit me? You know why.
What?
You know what you
After
did.
what you said
The thing
yesterday,
is,
I
if
don't
you
think
want,
you have
if
any
you
room.
want anyone
You don't have
else's,
any
But
room.
it wasn't on stream.
Let's
if
say
you want
it
anyone
wasn't.
else's opinion on it,
Yeah.
personally, I could very easily see corruption.
I was just
Being
saying.
Amir's.
Oh
corruption.
yeah.
I think that's what would get him the worst. I think corruption would get Amir the worst. It'd probably be. Now I
like
want to
that.
sit and just like.
Cerberus head for you.
Oh, thanks. What a
King.
gift. What a gift.
Oh, also fun fact. I told Jason this. I want to say this on stream. The whole thing of Birin fading away the way she did
Oh,
was
yeah.
a thing that was going to happen at some point, and I wasn't sure exactly how it was going to happen, but I got the idea for it when I remembered the wording. Magna, because I thought of the wording. Magna, do you remember the first time you looked into your wife's eyes? Because I wanted Magna to remember the nightmare that he had through Amir's perspective. And then
Yep.
See, this wasn't my idea.
that was all my idea.
But you
and
sit in
then-
this screen on Zoom. So therefore,
See, what's
It
great,
is your fault.
if you're in this
Yeah.
box.
what's great is I can tell this because I get forewarning if Jason's coming for me.
Just lock the door, Cass.
Yeah, I can. Well, I don't know if this. Oh, that door doesn't lock. So I would just like have my
Suffer.
back against. Yeah, I would just die.
Fair enough.
So if I disappear in a minute, you'll know I'm coming.
You'll know in more ways than one that he's coming.
Yeah.
5 nights in Florida. Be careful.
Oh God.
You gotta survive the first night. All right. So, unless
There's no
anyone else would like. Oh shit. Well, in case this might be our last stream.
No! I planned too much
Rat.
stuff for next week, god damn it.
You'll die after.
I'll die after ailment.
One thing that I'm going to ask, because I know that Chelsea hasn't asked it, but I know that either she really wants to know or really does not want to know. What would Thespis be?
I actually was thinking about that. I just didn't vocalize it, but it crossed my brain like 2 seconds before you asked that question.
I think.
Is there like a to be forgotten one?
I think so. Oh God, I didn't mean to do that.
I think.
I think that's a part of
Maybe.
the stranger.
It's also kind of partially under
So-
the past.
So the stranger is the fear of the unknown, the candy of the unfamiliar. It often manifests in the theaters and performances. There's that. The lonely,
human fear,
the
human
lonely-
fear of insignificance and meaninglessness would like really fit Thespis.
there's also the fear of isolation, of being completely cut off and alone or disconnected from the rest of society, is the lonely.
Which I think actually that would work really well, especially with the whole they lost their entire culture thing.
Yeah.
And we're forgotten.
So, and they were forgotten. They were a forgotten god for a long, long, long time. So I think that before
Nobody knows what's happening in the audience.
Oh, but
But
we
we
do.
know.
before
We
you all
know.
continue to
Aware.
get more suspicious. So this question is mostly for Jenny, Jason. I almost called Jason Casper because like I can see the name Casper right under Jason.
I'm you now.
You're the new Casper.
Good luck.
No.
No. This is mostly for Jenny, Jason, and Chelsea. But Nessa, if you have an answer, you are always more than welcome to give your 2 cents. But like, are there any goals that you have for like Nexilis? Not as a story, but just like this kind of group together doing what they're doing. Do you have any goals or any dreams or aspirations, or hey, wouldn't this be fucking cool if, like, with these D&D streams?
Oh, okay. I was confused. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, what?
With these D&D streams specifically.
I would love to do like a live show. That is something that like at a con I would love to do, like a panel or a live show, which is what we already do normally, but actually like with an audience and with people in
that'd
front
be
of us.
fun.
I would
In person,
love
yeah.
to do that.
Oh, heck yeah. Crossing fingers one day.
Oh, one day. Or just like a meetup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Jenny, Jason, Nessa. And Nessa, you're not required to answer, but if you have an answer.
No, I'm a temp member.
You DM'd an entire arc. What are you talking about?
Temporarily.
What are you
And then
talking
you are
about?
you are going to be a guest player in the next arc, so
You're gonna be in the party.
I feel sorry for you.
Don't.
yeah.
I
You
feel
are also
sorry
a
for
player
you.
character.
So to answer the question, I mostly, every single time that a question gets asked, I always pause because I'm like, does anyone else want to talk before?
Jump on
Okay.
it. Jump on it.
Jump on it.
God damn it, I hate both of you.
I think for me, I'm just excited to see where it goes. I mean, I would be excited to be able to do a live show. Same thing I would be excited to do for Jar of Rebuke, like take it to cons. The thing is not necessarily something that I want to do, but something that I would love to see is I would love to see cosplays.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like, I really would. Or any time that there's artwork or fan fiction or anything to do with any of it, I'm just like, give it to me.
Mine.
Like, I don't think that people realize how excited we get. Like, even when we draw each other's characters.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of any time that we see someone else create something out of something that means so much to us.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. But for the most part, I'm just really excited to see where it goes. I think the biggest draw to this game in general is just being able to hang out with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm really excited to see what stories we can make together, and I'm really excited for like how much trauma I can shove in every single one of my characters, but that's not really important.
Get in there. Get in there.
But I'm really excited. But to be honest, like these games each week and the streams that we've been doing, it's all been so much fun, and I really like creating, and I really like streaming this whole thing. But I just honestly like getting to hang out with you guys every week.
Yeah.
That's the big part of it.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ooh, woo.
I'm sorry,
Do
we
you,
took
do
your
you retract
incredibly.
that statement now? Do you retract that statement now?
No, the reason why I flinched is because I got the stupid. Can I get a hoye?
Heartfelt moment? No.
No, dunk
Memes.
it. Dunk
Memes
it.
only.
Nothing but memes.
So, anyone else got any answers for
What
me?
about you,
'Cause-
Jason? What you got? I put the spotlight on you first.
I do have another. I do have another answer if you need time.
No, I think I'm
Okay.
good. I think one of the things that I enjoy the most about like Nexilis and streaming stuff, apart from being in the moment and being able to be immersed in playing D&D for a chunk of time every week, is the fact that we can walk away from it at the end and still have stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
So it's like it fuels conversations outside of game. It fuels conversations in the Discord servers. It fuels ideas for things in the future that we want to do. I also love having conversations about, okay, this scene happened. Like, here are some different ways it could have happened. Here are some things that like somebody might have wanted to do that they didn't get a chance to do. So how could that scene have been spun differently, or how could you have experienced it differently? Because what happens on stream is what happens on stream. It's what happens in the moment. So being able to talk outside of that, like, yeah, it would have been really cool if this would have happened, or oh, I had this idea but it didn't turn out that way. But concept, what if it had been like this? And then being able to kind of branch off and tell the story a little bit differently just through like talking it through as a group, which is really cool.
You also don't want to know the number of like AUs and RP servers that we have between each other for like all this different shit. Like I legitimately have one that I was talking about with Casper about like if Meredith had started with Ivor or Magna, she might have been able to grab onto the two of them.
Yeah, we had that
rather than
conversation
Cora.
a little bit.
We
That's
legitimately
wild.
talked about it, and I was like, "Oh fuck, that would very easily become a Ivor being in the same boat as Wallace, because all she wants is that maternal figure back because she feels so much guilt with what she did to her mother. So all she wants is that maternal affection and to be told like it's okay, everything's okay."
And I think we also talked
it's-
about like if Meredith got Magna, he would have been like a golem and just like ran everybody through, which is wild.
So
Like,
so
cloud
Ivor would have
everywhere.
become. What would have happened is Ivor would have become the Wallace, and Magna would have become the Dwyer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is crazy.
Yep.
Suplex.
Yeah, I got the suplex. I still got the suplex, which was good.
We also talked about what
You
would have
need to
happened
be
if like
controlled.
we also talked about what would have happened if Ivor's spell on Beckett slipped and she managed to try to get out the window because Magna would have launched her right the fuck out.
Oh yeah, no, he would have been out the window. Oops, but I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, and I always love hearing like or it's like checking in with the players in the sense of like this is what happened, but if so and so, like if it's a scene where someone else spoke up, it's like, well, what would your character have done if they had spoken up instead? So it's like if Cora stood up and took over a scene, like because Cora was like the most capable to handle it, it's like kind of figuring out from Jenny and Jason, like, okay, like what do you think Ivor would have done? What do you think Magna would have done? Like that's also cool to me. Like figuring out other ways it could have gone based on if someone else had taken the mantle.
yeah, and I remember
I
we've
always
had
think
those
that's neat.
conversations, and they're really, it's really interesting for like,
The what ifs.
yeah, a lot of the what ifs
Yeah.
is really cool.
Yeah. I always think that's fun. I agree with you all. I very much would love to someday have a live show, a live performance at like a con or something.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be really cool to have that like in-person energy. So I definitely feel you on that one, though. I know, Chelsea, you said you had another answer.
I think it's something that like you've been talking about a lot with like the Thesperience as a whole. But just I'm really excited to see the community that like we already have like a very good community within like Jar Rebuke and to do specifically Nexilis, but I'm really excited to see how it progresses and what kind of community it becomes and like the safe space that it is for just you get to enjoy his story. That's it. That's all you got to do. So I'm really excited to see how that progresses as we continue playing.
Yeah, and how everything is always so queer heavy.
Yeah.
Because we are all raging queers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jenny?
I also want to mention one of the things that I really enjoy about streaming is, I'm going to be honest, I love having the audience and I love being able to share this story with everyone else. The main reason why I'm so happy that we're streaming it is because as soon as we are done playing, I go back onto Twitch and I watch the
We get to see the scenes again.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I was sitting in the car with Chelsea while we were working the other day, and while she was listening to music, I was watching the spa scene, the spa episode with. I was just going back again and again of Walter just being like, so machines.
I was rewatching the fucking Dwyer. Just please tell me you have triangles in your world.
I like
Please,
what's
Albert.
it feels like that was
Do you
so
know what
long
a
ago.
triangle
It does. It feels like it was. I mean, it was like 3 months ago.
Was it really?
Yeah, most of those clips are like 3 to 6 months ago.
Holy shit.
We've been playing for a minute.
God damn.
Time.
Time is an illusion.
Time is a goddamn
It's a social
illusion.
construct. What the hell? Casper's having a moment.
Oh, Casper. Oh no.
Are you okay over there?
It's been that long?
Yeah.
What?
It doesn't feel like that at all.
Give me a
What?
second.
Oh my gosh.
Let me actually go back because I was rewatching some of the clips last night or earlier today before I got up fully and became a person. No, fuck. That's not what I
Our
wanted.
first session for Arc 1 was February 15th.
No way.
Oh my gosh. Was it really the day after Valentine's Day? No.
No way.
Really? Yeah, we did start it during the Jar Rebuke hiatus. We started
We
towards
did,
the beginning
yeah.
of the Jar
We
Rebuke
did.
hiatus.
No, that's crazy.
So about 5 months.
Time is an illusion.
Because it did, yeah, no, we did start it on the first epilogue, the first interlude episode. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
We've been playing for a while, guys.
We really have. That's kind of okay. All right.
Dang.
And we're not stopping.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oops.
This was supposed to be a one shot.
Yeah, I literally remember.
The pain train.
I literally remember reaching out to you all, being like, "Hey, I'd like to DM a little one-shot thing."
What a lie
Maybe
that
it'll be a
was.
couple of
Fucking
sessions, like
lie.
1 to
Maybe a
3
couple.
sessions.
What a lie
One or
that
three.
was.
And then it was like, "Oh, we want to play more." Okay, well, this could probably be up to like 8 sessions or something.
What a lie that was.
So sorry, not 6, 4 months. Some of those clips are 4 months old.
Still 4 months.
Yeah.
Like, dang.
We've been playing for a minute. Pretty much every single Monday or Tuesday, depending on the day.
Yep. Gosh. Now, and like a thing that I want to do with Nexilis, I would love to do this with any of the Thesperience content, but like us all travel and like do
Hell
live
yeah.
shows, like where you see like
I'd
people
love to
go-
do that.
That'd be so
like, go
fun.
perform at like multiple cons, so they're
I'd love
traveling.
to do that. That'd be so
Great
fun.
thing is, all that would be a tax write-off.
Hey. Also, I did see a question in the chat I would like to address.
Where? What question?
Whamps.
To show about how one would actually worship Thespis.
Oh yeah.
One.
We're doing it right now.
I do it daily.
I think that honestly the main thing that I would encourage as someone who created Thespis is Thespis would very much be drawn towards anyone who creates. Anyone who performance is a plus, but just creating any sort of art. Being true to yourself as well. I very much view Thespis as someone who puts importance towards things like individuality and being your favorite self. Not your best self. Your favorite self, I feel, would be something that is very important with Thespis. Because your best self changes day to day, but your favorite self stays pretty consistent. So...
I love Thespis.
This was
You can
good.
try Thespis for my cold, dead hands.
Also, with Thespis, I would say that it is important with found family is something that's very important with Thespis. So celebrating your friend group, celebrating your social circle.
Your troop.
Also, eat the rich.
Eat the fucking rich.
Eat the rich. A cab. Because I have also associated, Thespis is associated with rebellion. So any
We
act,
just talked about this, actually.
any act of rebellion and kind of bettering society for the people is something that would align with Thespis. So individuality, fuck the man, be yourself.
These commandments are wild.
They're
Yeah.
so good. I love
right.
them. Fuck the
Make
police.
art.
Be yourself.
Be gay, do crimes.
Create.
Smoke weed every day. I don't know.
That's the last one on the
Like a little
tome.
asterisk.
Yeah, it's like a
Not from
PS.
Thespis,
at the
Richard
end.
put it on there.
And then Thespis like,
It's
yeah,
like, what?
canon.
Am I wrong?
It's scribbled
Look at me
in
and
with
tell
like
me that
crayon.
I'm wrong.
No, Lily wrote it.
Lily
No,
wrote it with
Lily-
crayon.
Lily did write it.
Lily would write that one. Because, like, Richard would see it and go, oh, now that.
I can get behind
I
that.
can get behind that.
I can get behind that one. So, yeah. That
God.
warms my heart. But yes.
I
Thespis.
actually have a question, speaking of Thespis.
Oh.
Oh.
Kind of ADHD brain ticking along a couple of different thought bubbles while that was happening. If you as a DM, or even Nessa or any of the players just in general, have any sort of idea on this, if we didn't go with our significant others, who else would you have wanted to, or could you have seen our characters ending up with?
Like,
It's like if you
in
ended up romancing
terms-
someone else.
Oh, in terms of like romancing, or
Yes.
in term. Oh, I already know.
Okay, I have some tips.
I also already know.
I already know.
All right, well, let's start with Jason. As he chimed in.
I'll be honest. I think it would have been Walter.
That makes sense. Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
we've talked about it a few
Oh,
times.
I like how it's like, I'm gonna be a dad no matter who I fucking romance.
Yep,
I'm gonna be a
Dad was always in the cards.
I do love, like, stepdad Magna with Lily.
Oh,
Like, that would be
Oh, that's
That-
very
Oh,
good.
quite literally. She would have
You quite
stepped on
literally
him and
walk
just,
all over
yeah.
Magna.
Horsey noises.
Oh.
Pop, pop, pop.
Oh, I love
Jeez.
Lily.
What a time.
God, we love that Dwyer. Oh,
What? Oh.
give me 1 second. I have to go into Jenny's room.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Dun,
What?
dun,
Dun,
Hello?
Where are Kimmy's keys? Because they were over here on your desk.
Oh,
Why did you put them on my
I
desk?
forgot last night. I was asleep.
Give me a second.
Okay.
so hey,
Hey,
I'm in your screen.
I'm in your screen. It is weird seeing you not with, like, this.
Yeah, it feels weird.
It's weird seeing you there. It's like
Oh,
we're
wow.
like long distance.
Oh no,
Wow,
I
it's
can
been
go
a-
back. It was hurting you so much. Oh,
No,
I'm
it's-
so sorry.
No.
Then you just show up in Delaware.
Yeah, I call in from a different computer, and suddenly I'm back in Delaware. And it's like, what happened here?
How?
How did this happen?
Chelsea has a bad habit of losing other people's car keys, and I'm gonna call her out on stream.
Specifically, car keys.
Oh.
Specifically car keys. Our roommate has a tile on hers, so I'm not as worried about it, but she lost my car keys for like an entire 3 days before, and I was like, well, at least I'm not working, and we have your cars.
Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Are the allegations true?
I have returned.
Are the allegations
So we
true,
want to
Chelsea?
know. We want to know the truth.
We want to know the truth about you and missing other people's keys. Specifically, their car keys.
Is it just car keys? Are they house keys? Do we have keys
Well,
for
any
random
keys
boxes?
suffice.
If someone hands you a key that you don't know where it belongs, will you lose it as well?
Or do only car keys scratch the itch?
Find out at some point.
Now.
Right now. Just kidding.
Answer
Right
me.
now. No. Yes. No. We're losing connection. We're not
She is
getting.
no longer picking up.
She has refused to speak to the press.
She has pleaded the fifth.
Anyway.
We'll tell you what happens in court.
So Magna would have been shipped with Walter if it hadn't been for Polycule. Jenny, what do you think about with Ivor?
It depends on how the story would have gone, because I could see it going quite a few different ways. Me as a person, I am drawn towards Beckett more than anything else because
You're queer. It's because you're
You have
queer.
other
good
than
taste.
Winter, of course.
You want someone that can break you.
I could have seen if Ivor wasn't so desperately looking for a maternal figure, I could have seen her working really well with Dalavash.
Bless you.
There was a child
Someone-
outside.
A child yelled outside.
Or it might have been Kimmy because she literally just left and she might have gotten spooked by something.
Oh, I don't know. The thing is that with how characterizations went and how the storyline went and how close she was with people, I could also see her ending up being really good for Dimitri.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
can see
very
that
good.
too.
It's very good. I love that.
Yeah.
But Winter.
But Winter exists.
But
The
Winter.
Winter exists.
Yeah.
What about you, Cora?
What about me? I mean, yeah. I originally had no plans. I was like, I'm not gonna romance
gonna
any
romance
of the
anyone.
NPCs. Then
Lies.
Thespis came around, and I was like, well,
Lies.
I don't have a choice in the matter. Now it's just how it goes. I don't
It's
make
been
the
decided
fucking
for
rules.
me.
My first immediate reaction was Dalavash.
Don't blame you.
Yeah. Not just because, like, I love Dalavash, but also, like, I could see that working really well for both of them.
Yeah.
Because Cora is very much the bitch of, like, take a fucking break. Sit down. Fuck.
Stop being a goddamn hypocrite. Take care of
Which is-
yourself every once in a while.
Which is so funny because, like, I love the idea of, like, the ships with Dalavash. The main problem with Dalavash as, like, a person when it comes to ships is, like, she is older. And, like, most characters tend to be in their 20s, 30s, and she's appearing in her 40s or 50s and has been around the block, so she kind of just tends to look at people and go, oh, that's a child.
That's a whole ass child.
That is a whole child.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah, and so it's
Oh,
like,
sweet
Dalavash,
thing.
stop momming everyone. If you want a girlfriend, stop momming
Stop it.
everyone.
Stop it.
You're gonna get someone because of a mommy kink, and this isn't what you're here for, love.
Oh, no. Or I could have potentially seen Winter.
Yeah.
The two of them working out.
Yeah.
Oh, something else I wanted to mention is I could never, because the joke came up with the threesome between, the joke came up at the threesome between Ivor, Cora, and Thespis. Ivor and Thespis would never, ever work in that situation.
No.
Not just because they are two, like, goddamn firecrackers just sprouting off in other directions, but also it's like, the way that Ivor views Thespis is like, you were a rowdy sibling that I never got to have.
Yeah.
And I love you to fucking death. With how their characters work, could have seen Cora and Ivor
Yeah.
working out.
Yeah.
The only drawback that would have happened is both of them are royalty in different fucking worlds.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't really be able to
Long
be with
distance
each
to
other.
the extreme.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, because I know we've talked about, like, once Nexilis is done and once we out of the Lotus House, like, with the prospective partners and things like that, opening up like trading routes, like planar trading routes.
Oh, that's definitely happened.
Because we've talked about that, because they would. Because Cora has all of the advancements that Ivor doesn't, and Ivor has all of the knowledge and magic, which is lost in Cora's world. After all of the events of the deadly disease that went after magic, a lot of it was lost.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have access to that as much. So having that trade-off was something that was like really cool.
Yeah.
So
I think that's neat.
That's cool.
I will say some ships that I kind of saw as possibilities or have humored the idea of as the DM.
And then you have to give us reasons why.
yeah, I want to know why.
Go off as long as you goddamn
Yeah,
want.
we'll just sit
I
and
have water. I can get more. It's fine. I'll listen.
Okay, so some ships that I really do like. This is a recent development, but it's one that I, especially after Lotus House, really like. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
Hitchwire joins the polycule.
Oh, that'd be so good. I would love that.
Just
Just the
an
thought.
idea.
Dimitri would tear him a new asshole.
Oh,
Because here's the thing, though.
Not in a sexual sense.
Hitchwire. Well, Hitchwire is a certain type of fragile that Dimitri actually kind of knows how to handle because Dimitri worked so long with Wallace. And so Dimitri's kind of used to that, like, handle with care thing. But I don't know, it was an idea that kind of came to me, and I feel like it would.
I love that.
And Hitchwire doesn't need to be romantically involved with all of them. I just want Hitchwire, like, around.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Hitchwire with the polycule and the kids would be great.
I mean, that can still happen.
That's
yeah. In theory, it can still happen.
in theory.
Hitchwire
Some
gets
other
an
ships.
exosuit that makes him even like bigger to get Amir's attention.
Platform boots.
Hitchwire just gets some fucking heels.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing, like, oh my god, no, what's so funny is because Hitchwire originally being a Transformers character, it being this thing where Hitchwire is like, hey, would you like to see me at my true height?
Oh, God.
And then Hitchwire can hold Amir in his hand.
Oh, God.
Amir would lose his mind.
Amir just...
Thirsty bitch.
Oh, my God.
He's so goddamn thirsty.
He really is. Another ship that I could see, oddly enough, is if they had been in the game proper instead of being members of the Forgotten, I personally would love to see more with both Ivor and Cora, with Anya and Carmen.
Oh, God, I love them. I would have loved that.
Yeah.
I would have loved that.
I oddly enough can kind of see Ivor and hold on. My brain
Gotta
got
remember
between
which is which.
Yeah, my brain. Okay, so Anya is the colder one. Carmen is the manic one. Okay, I could oddly enough see Ivor and Anya and Cora and Carmen.
I mean, the alliteration is just perfect.
That's true. Anya and Ivor and Cora and Carmen. Damn, that would have been fucking good. So I could see those having worked out real well. A lot of what I have is also friendships I wish that could have happened.
Yes, go on.
Like,
We are listening.
I would love to hear.
It's like
There's-
Jenny's taking notes, like, excellent.
I'm actually trying to balance my candle out, but go off.
think
Let
I'm
us
doing
believe,
really cool.
okay? Let us just believe.
A friendship that I also really would have liked more of is Verlier and Ivor. Because part of Ivor's thing is she didn't view herself as beautiful anymore. And Verlier's whole thing is it is his job to make sure everyone feels as beautiful as they are.
That's very
And
good.
so, like, I could see Verlier, like, that's why part of what Verlier had done was, like, playing with Ivor's hair. Through that is
That's
very much
good. I
Verlier
love
would have
that.
been gravitated towards that in Ivor. And who doesn't need, like, a sassy 6'5" something gay best friend? Like, who
God, that would have been so good.
would have loved. I actually had more planned for y'all with Richard and Claudius, but it just narratively never really made a whole lot of sense for y'all to So that's why I kind of shoved them at you a few times of like, hey, Richard and Claudius are helping you with this thing.
I
love
also
them.
just want to mention that so long as it's not in Ivor's world, Ivor and Richard's relationship is be gay, do crime.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's so good.
Yes. Oh,
In
yeah.
the worst possible way.
Because here's the
Like,
thing.
hey, you want to fuck with Meredith? I'm down. Let's fucking do it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
But what I love about Richard and Ivor, and I could sit and talk a lot about Richard with y'all three's characters. The thing with
Let's
Richard and
fucking do
Ivor, and also Richard and Cora, is that Richard tends to view members of what's the term I'm looking for? Authority figures as just cute. Like his knee-jerk response is to not take authoritative figures seriously. Richard was raised through the American 1850s, 1860s. I don't know if anyone remembers what happens during
Oh, I
during-
remember. It's just like yesterday.
Yeah, just like yesterday. And grew up through as a queer man through all of the U.S. up until modern day. And so his view on authority is, it's all just a joke. It's a game that we're suffering the consequences of so he would view literal royalty as like, oh, you're even worse. You didn't even get elected.
You didn't earn it.
We can't even be blamed for that one.
You didn't even play the game.
You didn't even play the game. You cheated and you were born into it. So
You didn't earn it.
He views royalty like even worse.
Valid.
But somehow he still does have respect for Ivor and Cora, and it's because of the
'Cause they
content of
earned
their
it.
character. Yeah, they earned that respect. And like if he met them, if they met and Nexilis hadn't happened, if Richard met Cora and Ivor as they were, he probably would hate them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Especially Ivor. Oh my god, no, he would view Ivor as this. She got everything handed to her. She had all of this, and she's just living her best life. And it's like this whole thing. And then if Ivor was like, oh no, I care about my people, Richard would be like, do you know
Do
your
you
people?
really?
No, he wouldn't question whether she cares or not. Because she can think she does. But Richard's question is flat out going to be, do you know your people?
That's fair.
It would also be the question to Cora. But the thing is, I feel like, especially with everything going on with Cora's world, Richard would kind of view her. She does.
Yeah.
She's gotten to know her people. But because of Nexilis, he views them in high regard, as much as Richard can. Magna, I feel like... No. With Magna, Richard is still low-key, like, hey...
As he should.
As he fucking
As
should.
he should.
Because Richard has taste. But
Well, thank you. I take that as a compliment.
good.
Thanking you kindly.
You should.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Yee fucking
But-
haw.
Richard, I think after getting to know Magna, is like, it kind of feeds into his interest with Magna, because it's like, oh, there's more than he appears to be. But also Magna is such like a dad. It has all that softness that Richard is like, the more I learn, it's almost turning me off. Because Magna is such a good person.
Like, damn it, is this man really going to be capable of railing me?
Like, the thing is... No,
Yes.
It's also... Well,
Yes, the answer
Richard
is
also...
As Cass and Jason have talked about it, yes, he is.
Yes.
Wait, have
But
we?
Richard also needs someone with that air of, like, danger,
Oh,
you know?
generally.
And, like, that's why Walter and him also wouldn't have worked. Is Walter... Okay, no, Walter has that air of danger, but Walter, like, feels like shit about it, and Richard's like, no, own it!
No, please use that. Fuck. Damn it.
Come on.
But...
Don't
I
be
would've
ashamed if that
loved-
it's hot.
It's so... Walter, you don't understand. Like, Walter is like, oh my god, no, it's like, what's that? Isn't it for Who Framed Roger Rabbit of like, you don't know what it's like being a toon drawn like I am. Well, you don't know what it's like being a man looking at a toon drawn the way you are. Like, Walter's like, you don't know what it's like being a man who's like this, and Richard's, you don't know what it's like being a man looking at a man built like you. And knowing you're a bottom. But
Why'd you have to be a fucking bottom?
bottom.
And they were
God.
both bottoms.
Bottoms. I think I also would have loved more interaction between Roger and Cora. I think would have been fascinating.
Yeah, it would have been really cool.
I think more interactions with them would have been interesting because it's okay. Ivor has experience with the royal court, but before Nexilis, I don't really think it was much of like a politician. Cora was a politician, and while Roger wasn't ever a mortal politician, he
Or
was
democratically
molded.
elected.
Yeah.
He was never democratically elected.
I mean, neither was Cora, so I mean,
Yeah, but Roger was
Thank you.
built
Essence of
to
Mikhail.
be a politician, right? And so he had this it was just innately in him. And I think it would have been very fascinating for more Cora and Roger.
yeah, the little bits that we got to do is really, really cool. I really enjoyed those moments with Roger.
I would have loved to have seen how Cora would have handled the scene where Roger first comes in. Like,
I am
at the tavern.
incredibly. I literally, because the thing is that I was trying to figure out a way to get her to come down, but once it was the time stop
once
thing,
he
it was
froze
like,
everything.
fuck.
Yeah,
Because I wanted to be a part of that scene. If
It
I
would
had
have been
known that-
interesting.
If there had been any knowledge that was potentially going to happen, which of course not,
I
I
mean,
wouldn't have gone up
yeah.
to the room and painted. But that was what she was gonna do.
Yeah, and narratively, having the two people that, either couldn't handle it or wanted to and were kind of blocked off from handling it.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of made him that much more imposing.
Yeah.
But in theory, if Cora had been there, things would have been very different.
Oh no, they would have been. Because the thing is that, like, with the whole Seven Deadly Sins thing, she is very wrathful and very reckless. Had that been a thing, she would have been a lot more angry at Roger later. Because there was that moment of like, you had an opportunity to team up with us and work and make a difference earlier in our experience in being in Nexilis, and you didn't.
Yeah.
We could have made this better so much fucking faster, but you waited.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been very different.
I mean, out of that,
Orders were
real
different.
politician.
Yeah,
Like
I mean-
a real politician.
I mean, out of that came that really great monologue that you delivered about finding hope in a situation, which
Yeah,
I
it was-
also really, really
I
liked.
love that
Well, that was
scene.
good.
It was really,
I
really
loved
good.
that scene.
Now, I also want to point out some other characters in Lotus House I wish y'all got to talk with more.
Yeah.
Because I also want to let Nessa have some time with this question.
Dorian.
I know. I know, Nessa. I know.
What?
I was just like, Dorian.
No, fuck Dorian. He can go die.
No, I
oh,
want to
Jesus.
hang out with Dorian a little bit more.
I don't wanna hang out with
We need to work
Dorian.
through some shit, especially the paint in the face.
Also,
Gotta work through
sorry, I just don't want to lose this thought. Speaking of Lotus House, I just got this like stupid image in my mind of Ivor just being like, "Hey Winter, I'm back. I brought
Yep.
orc."
Winter
Souvenir
just-
from the gift shop at the Lotus House. It just happens to be this sea captain or.
Here's the thing. I can tell you right now that
The Lotus
Ivor brings Lorelai in, and Winter, before seeing Lorelai, is just like, I've been worried sick. Why the hell did you? Oh, hi.
God, I love her.
Winter just. Hey,
I'm not mad anymore. You brought home a nice little present. I'm not angry anymore.
who's your friend?
Suddenly, I realized why you were gone so long.
I would have been
she-
gone that long too.
I mean, she been keeping you busy? I mean, like, you want to show me how? Like, how's this playing out?
Oh my
Ass has
god.
too much power with the mic because they can just do this.
I
and,
know.
like,
I'm
pull it
half
back.
tempted to take it
Too
back.
much power.
Oh, I love this.
I know it's too dangerous.
It is.
Too much power.
I like this mic.
I know. I
It's
also
a
think you
nice
might be
ass
using
mic.
the wrong side.
You are absolutely using the wrong side.
Where's
It's
the
on
side that says
It's on the
back?
top.
You see the side the word that says back?
Put it in your mouth.
Yeah, it's also not. The mic isn't like this. The mic is like this.
It's like up and down. There you go.
Oh, I felt cool, and now I don't feel
I was
cool.
trying not, I didn't want to say anything.
It's a different mic than what you guys have.
But I mean,
so
I was watching you hold it wrong for a little while, and just wanted to let you have this.
my normal mic that I use
you.
is the same way, so I understand.
Yeah, there is a sign that is labeled.
There's a
back.
side that
It's so tiny.
Yeah, but it says back on it.
It's so tiny.
You know,
Okay.
all of your
famously,
controls
you're
are.
gonna
What were you
start
saying,
with
Cass?
disadvantage on all your rolls.
Yeah, I know.
A ceiling tile falls on Jason's head.
Aelmir's gonna start. Casper's character is gone.
Goodbye, cat. If you don't have
Goodbye.
hooves, you don't belong.
Goodbye.
you must have
Wow.
hooves. Only hoovesies.
Oscar already went through all their 9 lives.
Yeah, this is the last one. Sorry.
This is it.
This is their
And you lose
last
it
life.
immediately.
Roll a new character, Casper.
Sorry.
Wait.
Oops.
All right, goodbye, cat. All right, Cass, where's your tiefling?
Where's your tiefling, Cass?
Where's your tiefling or your satyr or something with hooves? Right now.
So up into town walks in a tiefling with
That
purple
looks-
skin and blue hair and blue
Oh,
eyes
boy.
and they talk like this and they're a private investigator named Justin and that's who I
I thought you were gonna say, and in walks a
Justin.
cat with
Horns.
with horns strapped to their head
And fake hoof boots.
and fake cosplay satyr
Sorry,
shoes.
I just had this really disturbing image in my head of just a tiefling version of a not deer, and I'm like,
no.
So in walks a not deer.
Casper.
You already have Oscar. Chill out.
Epic Casper.
Oh no, but I mean I also have to make NPCs.
Oh no.
Casper, I swear to God,
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna fight you. I'm gonna
so
fight
what were you gonna say?
You're
what were you
potentially gonna be here in
about
October.
people-
I'll kill you.
Wait, what?
What were
Do
you gonna say about people in Lotus House that you wanted us to talk to?
Yeah,
Anywho.
Wait, I want to talk about the Lotus.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, what characters we wish that they had more time with in the Lotus House while Chelsea and I flirt over her murdering me.
Not into my mic. Come on.
So just what characters you all wish, what characters, I guess, Nessa and I wish could have gotten more time with the players? Because I think we already asked what characters they wish they had more time with. But I guess us as the DMs, do we have characters that we wish got more time with the players?
Let's hear.
And why?
All right. So in
And why?
general, I do love Etcher, and primarily, here's the thing. What I love about Etcher is A, all of them, and B, I love the idea of a currency of you do something to appeal to me, and then you'll get cool shit. So I liked it in the idea of it could have been how Magda showed off doing a backflip.
Do a flip.
It's also you could have revealed a secret, or you could have revealed something else, or performed some fantastical thing. And I just like that as a concept and an idea. But in regards to personal character interactions, I wanted more of Carrie and Magna simply because
Oh, that's so good.
I feel like Carrie is Magna's worst nightmare, in that
Why?
okay, maybe if y'all investigated the room. So here's the thing.
Now you gotta tell me.
Okay, so here's the thing, and here's the backbone of Carrie's backstory, is that she was built as a nanny for a little girl, and then the little girl grew up, and then she died of old age. And that's pretty much the crux of it, is that Carrie was with that girl her entire life. She was her best friend and her confidant and her aide and her tutor and everything. And she put all of her love into that girl. And in the end, she died of old age, and there was nothing Carrie could have done about it. And that's the crux of Carrie's internal conflict. And that's something that I know you had mentioned previously to Cass, that Magna could possibly outlive his kids. And I think
no.
so that's why I think it would have been interesting, in the sense that Carrie lived that.
Yeah. Okay, I see where you're coming from now. Damn. All right. Fuck.
That literally is his worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Shit.
Shit. All right.
So that's me personally.
That would have been good.
things like that.
God.
Also Mikhail and Ivor. Just A, I love Mikhail. And B, I feel like Mikhail and Ivor also have similar parallels in their story of like they did or did not do a thing and others suffered for it. And just
Listen, the only difference between them is when each of them ran away from this terrifying situation, Ivor didn't succeed.
Yeah.
She didn't make it.
Yeah, and I think like it calls into like questioning these like ideas of things like penance or justice or like when do you forgive yourself or something like that. And I just think they could have like played on that like in interesting ways. The thing is also I know that what I would want out of conversations may not necessarily be like good like D&D entertainment. So I'm
Listen,
also
this is why we have DMs for RP. We have them. You can message me, Nessa.
At any point.
At any point, I am down. I'm another fucking English major. I never stop writing. So, give me an outlet.
I know. I also feel weird
Give
because
me
it's
an
like the
outlet or
things
give
that
me
like
death.
I want to see. I feel are like just like these weird like I don't know.
They're good. They're
good,
good.
shut
They're
up.
good.
Good shit.
They're
fuck
good
up.
shit. They're
It's good
really
shit.
good shit.
Nessa
The
makes
good
only
shit.
the best.
No, they're good shit. I've
The
seen
best
it.
of
It's
us.
the best. The best of us. The best of us.
The
I've
best
seen
of
it. Good
us.
shit. Good shit. That's a good shit.
The best of us.
Yes, I do. So like I like the talky bits and I like when you have to like dig through a character to their like vulnerable squishy bits that they don't want to show. Like
Yep.
cracking that open is just like so good. That's what
It's
I'm
tasty.
always
It's
about.
So satisfying.
With Cora, I don't like have an idea, like never had an idea with Cora of like, okay, this character, let's do this. But primarily just Cora after the ship stuff.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Cora having a time
Yeah.
was like, I don't know, as all the players like went like farther and farther into the Lotus house and got like more and more like frustrated and worn down and fatigued, like that was interesting to me in the sense of like, oh, are we getting to like a breaking point? Is something going to happen? And like Cora right after the ship where like, because Cora has always been like very strong and energetic and out there, and to be brought so low, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. This is
Did it on purpose.
so I liked elements like that, and I wish I could have found a way to like dig deeper into it. But that's just like my personal.
No, you're so valid.
Yeah.
Those are some of my favorite moments too.
So that's pretty much
Yeah.
it for me.
Also, something I want to note, Jason, I'm so sorry
What?
for when
Why?
you DM, because much like how you and I are the bane of Casper's existence, I feel like me and Casper are going to be the bane of your fucking existence.
Try me.
I'm
I'm gonna, but the thing is, imagine the energy and the mess that I bring to Magna and streams as a player. Imagine that with every goddamn NPC in one place.
I'm so ready.
Because
I'm
that's
so
going
ready.
to be...
You're gonna be in charge of gay breakfast.
Oh, there will be gay breakfast. Everyone
has
in
to be. I
town
won't play.
eats gay
I
breakfast
won't play if there's
here.
not.
Everyone eats gay breakfast in Aylmere.
That's the gay agenda.
Jenny.
Good.
So, I have a couple questions.
Okay.
One of them is entirely just for me. And it is just for me. I want to know what the reaction would have been for Ivor coming back from the Lotus house and giving Lily the manual,
Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
and then giving Winter the jug specifically for soda.
Okay, so I can tell you with Lily getting the manual, she's immediately on it, and I can tell you that like you have like the palace has tutors and Lily gets tutored. But this she focuses on. This she puts some time into, because I feel Lily's the kind of person of like, yeah, but why do I gotta learn this? I'm not gonna use this. I'm not gonna like. She's very much
She's
the
so
type
valid.
of like, I don't need this. I don't need to know like calculus. I'm not going into that. I want to punch things. Let me work.
I feel you.
Lily's also her sin is wrath, and I feel like
Hey.
that only gets worse as she gets older.
Yeah.
But she's got a lot of trauma, so she would work her way through that by smashing shit. Now Winter getting the jug. It's like at first she's like, what the hell is this? And then as soon as she realizes what it is, just like she's like, this is magic I can do.
Oh, she's so good.
And then she does it.
her.
And then I honestly think, and this might be one of the saddest moments in Winter's life.
Oh no!
Is she would refill it up and she'd take a sip. Now keep in mind, Winter wouldn't have had soda. Winter wouldn't have had pop
It's so
in like
awful.
50, 60 something years. And I think that it would legitimately just be too sweet for her.
No!
Winter! All she was drinking was like water and juice and ale and shit. And then she's like, oh, I get to have a Coke for the... Oh!
No,
We'll give her some ginger ale and slowly work her onto it.
Yeah. So then she has to wean herself back onto pop. I think that would genuinely be like a really sad moment for her. Is like, it's like you get that nostalgia. It's like, you know, when you go to the grocery store and you see a snack that you used to eat as a kid, you're like, oh, I love that shit, and you buy it and you eat it, and you're like, that would be her.
TV dinners, like
Oh,
the
God,
kids
yeah.
cuisine.
Kids
Yeah.
I tried it again, like I think I want to say like 5 or so years ago after not eating it since I was like 7 and just being like, no.
But I think that she'd work her way back onto it. Like,
She's a Dwyer and she's
stubborn.
determined.
Yeah, she's stubborn.
And then my next question is, with all of the romances specifically, what was your favorite moment between each of them?
Oh.
Okay.
So for
Okay.
Polycule, I need one for each member with
Okay.
Magna.
Oh, darn.
Golly gee.
I get to talk about the ships. Okay, so with Winter
Gotta
and
adjust.
Do you
Ivor.
want to come back
with-
in here? I can.
Oh no, I'm good. It's just we went no. We just my sunburn itches. That's all. The back of my leg, the back of my ankles and the tops of my feet got burned only at the beach recently, and they itch very
You didn't
bad.
put enough sunscreen on.
I guess not. I'll put magic spray on after.
Also, really quick, while you're talking about Magna and Ivor and stuff, I need to pee really bad because I didn't get to during the break, so I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. All right. So I think with Ivor and Winter, I think probably one of my favorite moments with Ivor and Winter was on.
If you
It's
have
so
a
weird
couple
to
of them for each of them, you can say a couple of
Yeah,
them.
I do.
am so down to listen to it.
Okay, so a pretty straightforward favorite moment of mine with Winter and Ivor, I think, was kind of the morning after they ended up together. That like awkward, like they woke up next to each other and it was like their first morning doing that, and it was with all the context of everything that had happened previously, like just a really, but I feel like it was really sweet and awkward as hell and really cute. Another moment that does stand out to me in a really, it's abstract, but hear me out, is actually Walter's death. Because Ivor did exactly what Winter would have wanted her to do. And so while Ivor wasn't there for Winter, Winter has a lot of comfort in the fact that Ivor went with Lily. And that's what Winter would have wanted. And so I don't know how Ivor would view it, but to Winter, that moment would stand out. Because that kind of solidified that she knows that Lily is safe with Ivor.
Yeah, no, Ivor's one thought during that moment is, why can't I split myself in two? I'm a wizard, I should be able to do this.
Well, also, there were plenty of other people downstairs. When Lily took off, she was by herself. And Winter knows better than anyone that an emotional Dwyer should never be alone.
No.
Someone should at
Ivor
least
is
be
now
watching.
included in that.
Yeah, someone should at least be monitoring for the limiting of the destruction. I did also like everything with the final fight with Winter, and that was the thing that was planned from the get-go. You were going to have to fight one of the Dwyers. Actually, in the 2 times I previously ran Nexilis, everyone fought Walter, and Winter was on y'all's side. But since Walter died, you wouldn't fight Walter, so you fight Winter. But I did like that, and I like, because I feel like there's just the drama.
Also, the fact that up until the Lotus House, and, you know, not including when she was tortured and killed, Winter did the most amount of damage to Ivor than anybody else.
Yeah,
Love's not bad.
Romance.
love isn't bad. I think with Magna, so, why are you saying oops?
I don't know. I just said oops.
Oh no,
Like, I was
dropped
like, you didn't
all
do
my
anything
love
wrong.
interests.
It's like the meme where it's like you fall over and like all these pictures fall out of your pocket. You're like, oh no, where did they come from?
I feel like with Magna and Dimitri, honestly, for me, not including the wedding one shot. I think my favorite
No.
because my favorite Magna and Dimitri is just the wedding one shot. But with Magna and Dimitri, I did also love like that moment right after they freed Amir and Birin came back, and Magna and Dimitri were awkwardly trying to cover for it, and Dimitri they kissed.
You know, that is pretty great.
Like,
I never felt so betrayed in my entire life.
Dimitri I just saved our fucking lives. You're welcome.
How romantic, throwing you under the bus.
Throwing me under a bus. Rude.
But no, that I just thought that was funny, and also the whole the party where Magna got drunk,
Oh yeah.
and then Dimitri
Dragging
got a
Dimitri
little
out of the
tipsy.
floor.
Yeah, Dimitri got his just fucking knocked flat on his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite though, definitely the wedding one shot with Magna. Finally, Magna and Dimitri kissed. It was so fucking good. Magna and Birin is definitely when they went to the my two favorite moments with Magna and Birin for very different reasons. One is the when Magna like rushed over to the bakery to like check on Birin, and it's like he didn't even know her, but he was worried, and that kind of helped with the first impression of Birin, except Birin didn't know what happened. Birin viewed Magna as like wasn't handling Nexilis well, and I mean he wasn't.
He wasn't,
but, like,
though.
She wasn't wrong.
but she didn't. Yeah, but she didn't know about the dream, so she thought it was that, oh, well, of course, like, yeah, he died and then came here, can't expect. And Birin and Amir have been kind of helping people through it the most, so it's like, yeah, this guy, and it's like, oh, but so it kind of endeared him to her a little bit of, like, showing that vulnerability.
Yeah.
Because there is a strength in vulnerability, and I think Birin very much views that. But I did also, I won't lie, I did love the shotgun talk scene where Birin's like, you seem great, but if you hurt my husband,
You're gonna have a
Yeah.
fucking problem.
murder
Yeah.
you. Or make you wish I murdered you.
Yeah.
Because
So
it wasn't a threat. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise.
Yeah.
It was a goddamn promise.
Promise. And then you married her as well. So you became one of the husbands that she protects.
Yeah.
We
Oh.
love
that
Birin.
notion,
We love
though.
Birin so
I like
much.
Magna being protected,
That
like
is
as
really
opposed to
good.
being the protector.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's some good shit
Yeah.
right there. That's some good
You know,
That
shit.
does lead me
Good shit.
Just beyond the romantic throwing under the bus, and then the romantic shotgun talk.
And with Amir, I think hands down my two favorite scenes. With Magna and Amir, I love a lot of their scenes because with Magna and Amir, there's a lot of like goofiness, but it's not like this intentional goofiness. It's just they're both such characters in their own right. So the stuff, it's such funny scenes happen. I really did, one of my favorite scenes to DM was y'all rescuing Amir. And I will say that is probably only the second time in his entire life he's been rescued. First one was Biren with the cult, and second was you all rushing in. So I did love...
I love him. I love that scene.
that whole everything that happened that night. But I did also love the freeing Amir scene and everything after
so
with
good.
Magna.
That's so good.
When they finally kissed, it was
There was just
it was
everything about that was just so wonderful narratively. Like
was so
Cora
charged.
in the doorway, like, no, don't you fucking dare.
Yeah, I'm still really proud of that because that was also one of the first times that Cora's thing of like her idea of like authority and the fact that she's not afraid to do a lot of shit. She'll do it even if it hurts her because it's like, hey, you're being dumb right now. That was one of the first times that I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just the image of Cora staring down someone who is quite literally on fire. I think that is the coolest fucking thing.
It's so good.
That is so good.
I love it so much.
It's so cool.
What are you gonna do? Hurt me? It's not like that hasn't happened before.
Like I died, I drowned. Like I'm not afraid of you doing this because I know realistically you're not going to hurt me. That was the big thing is that she knew Amir wasn't gonna hurt her.
No,
it was just the thing of like, someone needs to get between him and the door right now. She was like, I'll do it. It's fine.
Oh yeah, and like
Right, it's a little bit off topic, but still one of my favorite scenes, like that personally I was a part of, was like something similar on that line with Ivor when flat-ass Gideon was trying to intimidate her by calling her princess and all this different shit, and it's like, buddy, are you trying to threaten me?
With my title?
I'm sorry. So if you know enough to know that I'm a princess, what makes you think that I'm scared of you?
What makes you think, period?
What makes you think in general?
Nothing. That's the thing.
No.
but
He doesn't think.
He doesn't.
No. But a scene that I really liked with Thespis and Cora, I think, was honestly
the
like
fucking epilogue.
Oh.
So I still think about it.
That's really good,
Still
though.
think
I
about
had
it.
it planned for so long. Originally, I was gonna do a scavenger hunt in it, but I was like, I don't have the energy to make up a scavenger hunt, so I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah, which is adorable. I did love that, but the scene that always comes to mind for me is actually with the first time that y'all kind of like that you and Thespis talked alone. That
Yeah,
Cora
I
The
still
makeout
really love that.
room.
Yeah, the first
When
time that
Thespis
Cora,
told Cora.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
I love that scene.
yeah, when Thespis told Cora the truth, and Cora was like, "You're not allowed to hide shit from me. Not after everything. Not after all this. I've known you for like 3 days, but
Stop being a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah, and
You're not always happy, and I know you're not always happy, so shut the fuck
I'm
up
tired
with that
of people, everyone here pretending to be happy. It's really pissing me off because I know you guys aren't.
Yeah,
Because she dealt with Amir prior to that, doing the same shit, and she was like, I'm annoyed.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm a double death you.
I'm a second death, yeah. I'm gonna do it.
It's unfortunate that so many people in Nexilis had that coping mechanism before coming to Nexilis. And then they're in Nexilis in a situation where they're like, we can't control what's happening to us, so we're just gonna smile and nod and make the most of it, even though it's hell. So yeah.
Your smiles are more legit in Lotus House.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. The smiles were more legit.
Especially Dimitri's. Because his mouth was hanging open.
Nice, Jenny!
Stop, Jenny!
Jenny!
Jenny.
There was a question in the chat. Who asked a question?
Also, this was back like a little while, but I saw something in the chat that just said, I'm really excited for character voices next campaign, and I just want to touch on that, because yes.
I'm
Yes.
so excited. I'm so excited. I'm gonna get so stuck. I'm
Me
gonna get
too,
so
buddy.
Stuck, and it's gonna be
Me
such
too.
an issue.
And I won't have to be quiet because I
Oh,
won't have to
God.
figure out how to do my accent again.
Yeah.
I can jump right into conversation now.
I'm gonna get
I'm so stoked.
stuck. I'm not looking forward to that. It's oh
It's gonna be
god.
great. It's gonna be
I'm
great.
excited.
Even when I talk about it now, like talk about a character now and
I
use
can
character
feel it.
voice, I get stuck with
I
it
can
for like
feel
like
it
10
trying
minutes
to come
after.
out.
It
And I'm
is,
like,
and
no.
I'm really fighting it.
No. No,
No,
thanks.
no.
So I also have another question
Oh,
that I need specifically the answer about Thespis first, because I want it.
Okay.
What were, for all of the romantic interests, what were the moments where they knew?
The oh shit moments.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I want to know this too. Give me it.
And I need it in detail.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
And there are also allowed to be multiple.
Okay, good, because the problem is that I don't think that for some of these characters there wasn't like a singular moment, or if nothing else, like okay, for example, well, let's go with Thespis first. So with Thespis,
Yes, please.
Thespis, the thing with Cora, and I don't know if I've brought this up, an unfortunate thing with Thespis,
What a great way to
because
start.
I think we might have talked about this very loosely.
they have a physical type. Cora does look a bit like the ex who murdered.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Cora does look a bit like Thespis' ex.
Whoops.
So, and the thing is, Thespis didn't put that together. Thespis had been there long enough and kind of like, it was just whatever. But it is kind of just like a thing of that is kind of what Thespis, like, catches Thespis' eye. And Thespis is a sex-positive ace, so there's never been this, like, sexual attraction towards Cora. Like, it's just because Thespis, I don't see Thespis having that. But there was an aesthetic attraction towards Cora. Probably not immediately of, oh, she's pretty.
Oh, she's pretty. She's really.
Yeah. But also, it also helped that when Thespis showed up and everything, Cora kind of took the reins as, like, the leader of the three of you.
Yeah.
And so Thespis was like, okay, this is who, okay, good. If we're getting them involved in this, great. So,
Point of contact. Got it.
yeah, it was kind of like from unwilling, not unwilling leader. The leader who never asked to be the leader, from one leader who never asked to be a leader to another leader who never asked to be a leader. Like,
I also just want to mention that it worked out that neither Magna or Ivor trusted anyone or wanted to talk to anyone from the beginning, because Cora drowned and that was traumatizing in and of itself, but Ivor and Magna were
didn't involve
physically
other
being
people.
we were physically being attacked before we
It
showed
didn't
up.
involve other people fucking you up in
Yeah.
the process.
yeah.
And since there's no rain or any kind of water, you have no one to be angry at.
It's not even rain or water. There's not
Fuck you,
open
water!
sea.
There's not
It's not
ocean.
open sea.
Dimitri comes over with a glass of water. Cora just
Cora like smacks it off
Like
the
that
table.
shit.
Yeah, just fuck this.
God. I think the oh shit moment, though, was probably a moment when, like, whenever it was, like, because I can't tell you the exact moment, but it probably was the first time Thespis ever got Cora to smile.
Like actually smile.
Like a
That's very
smile.
good. That's very good.
That's one of the best tropes.
Um,
I love that shit.
It's a mixture of that and the first time Thespis, like, watched Cora and wasn't on the receiving end of Cora's, like, hey,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Thespis seeing it not happening to them, it's like, oh. Get in charge of shit, okay. Okay, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep doing that.
I'll just sit back and
I'll just
sit back and watch.
but the oh shit moment would have definitely come from something like very small, very passing,
very good.
and just very soft.
That's very good.
I think the oh shit moment with Winter and Ivor. Winter had two distinct oh shit moments. The first oh shit moment was the initial like, oh, she's pretty. Oh, she's really attractive. Oh, shit. That, because, I mean, for obvious reasons, scars don't deter the Dwyers.
I wonder why.
I don't know.
I wonder why.
It's almost like they might be hypocrites, but not in that way. But I feel like the oh shit moment of like that romantic inclination was probably when Ivor like first started to really open up and be vulnerable. When Ivor really started to like unload her baggage. Because I don't think Winter could ever be with someone who doesn't have baggage. Because like Winter, no. Because there's a difference when you have such immense baggage, being with someone who doesn't, it's almost like you don't speak the same language, because it's like the life experiences and the perspectives that come when you have baggage versus when you don't have that weight. And I feel like Winter seeing that weight in Ivor would be like this. I think that Winter's first thought is like, I can be me here. And like once she had that realization, she let herself really open up and like let herself fall for Ivor. Because Winter definitely spent the first chunk of the relationship with Ivor going, oh, she's gonna find the truth and get scared of me and not want to be near me or ever have me. Like, it's that whole like Winter fears being gentle. So once she realized
I love my beefy wife.
Oh no, that's so good. What the fuck?
With Magna and Amir, it's very similar. Amir's first oh shit moment with Magna was the first moment he saw Magna. Of like,
so the second we sat in the tavern, it was golden.
Here's the thing, that wasn't planned because I didn't ship Magna Amir at first, but
because I specifically remember saying, "Ah, my parents."
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
And then I backpedaled really fucking hard.
No.
Actually, I take it back. Retcon. I never said anything like that. Nope, you didn't hear me at all.
Retconned that.
No, Amir went from dad to daddy, so it was very different.
Oh, okay. That's all right. That's all right. Sure.
It's like, oh, I was wrong. I needed to add a couple more letters onto that.
If anyone in Nexilis, if anyone in Nexilis is mommy, it's Dalavash and be written.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So anyway, so that first oh shit moment was just first seeing Magna, because big beefy man.
Can I also say that when I was going back and watching some of like the first scenes of like everybody meeting people, and what makes me laugh so hard is when Amir is asking what everyone wants to eat, and he goes to Magna and he goes, "And you, sir?" And I went, knowing what happens, I'm like, oh, sir. Oh.
I'm sure that Amir calls Magna that in an entirely different light now.
Let's
Be brain, how do I top your husband?
step on the brakes a little bit.
Ask. No, but I feel like it's not the same kind of oh shit moment, and like a moment like that was when Magna risked his life to save Amir.
Oh.
And when Amir was grabbing at Magna's clothes and like begging him to go back inside because he knew that that's where Magna would be safest, and Magna just picked him up and ran. Like
My white knight.
that was definitely a moment for Amir.
So good.
Amir fell for Magna pretty fast. I think
He falls fast and hard.
Amir does fall very fast and very hard, and I feel like it happened relatively quickly, and it thankfully worked out for them.
Yeah. It would be bad if it didn't.
Yeah,
I'd be dead.
but it worked well because I think that the kiss wasn't the oh shit moment. I think that kiss kind of was just like the when Magna said all of that stuff about like, you know, just basically like the speech that he gave Amir.
Oh, it was
after
the
freeing
Paylor speech, yeah.
Yeah, just that whole thing. That didn't make Amir realize that he like had these feelings towards Magna because like he already knew. It was that moment that he realized that he wanted to act on them and like wanted to like really put something out there. I think that's when Amir felt like this could be reciprocated. It was that moment of like, I'm gonna shoot my shot and see if this is reciprocated. It is. Oh, thank God.
Thank fucking God.
Because this would have been so awkward.
We're stuck in a bubble together. Oops. Can't escape that.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Oopsie doo.
I feel like not Amir, with Birin and Magna, it likely would have been like a quiet moment between Magna and Birin. Like I could see it being a time where they were like probably outside of Nexilis, because definitely both Birin and Dimitri had their oh shit moments post.
And I mean, we talked about like possible Birin stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like I know we talked about like Birin reading and Magna just like hanging out with her and like her reading out loud.
It'd probably be one of those moments where Birin had been like reading to Magna, and Magna like maybe fell asleep with his head in her lap or something.
That's so good. What
and
the
like
fuck?
just seeing him like so calm and everything, and like trusting her enough to like fall asleep like on her.
He's legitimately a giant teddy bear.
He is.
Yeah.
That's so good. What the fuck?
And so her just kind of bookmarking where he fell asleep at, her continuing to read, and next time they read, she goes back to where he fell asleep instead of where she left off.
That's so good.
That's so good.
Dimitri would have been the last of the polycule to have that
Naturally.
moment with Magna. I do also want to point out, I think it's so funny that the first time Magna and Dimitri met, Dimitri probably thought that Magna was one of the biggest assholes.
Stop making me feel bad. Every time I think about that,
towels.
I feel so bad.
You're gonna be doing laundry
towels.
like 20 years from now, and you're gonna pull a goddamn wash towel out of your dryer and just be like, oh.
I'm going to pull a towel out of my dryer and go, oh, I'm the asshole. It's going to suck.
But like I find it so funny that like, because what happened is both of them, what happened is both of them got a terrible first impression of each other. It was just bad from both of them, because Dimitri just immediately was like just, and like looking back, yeah, you can kind of get it, but at the same time, it's like Dimitri, who you're talking to, did just die. And has no idea what's going on.
I know it's been a hot minute since someone came in here.
And Dimitri, you're kind of abrasive sometimes.
Kind of being an asshole.
You're kind of so it was honestly both of them. And Magnus certainly didn't mean to be. And Dimitri was just under the wrong impression with Magna. But now, I think that actually makes it all the funnier with how much Dimitri came to care about Magna very quickly. And a moment that I do really love, and this moment was brought up in the chat, was when I think Magna was sitting up and Dimitri had been laying down, and like Dimitri sat up and like hugged Magna.
Oh, that was
from
good.
behind, I think it was, and said, "I love you" in Tagalog.
Yep.
Yep. And
because they were all hugging each other.
Yeah.
It was a big group hug.
And Dimitri didn't mean it romantically at the time. He meant it just a general, like, I hold love in my heart for you in some way. because Dimitri's definitely the kind of person who will care about someone and love someone before knowing like what kind of love it is. Which is why he usually takes things very slowly with people. It's because it's like, I don't know what kind of
Chelsea.
Chelsea.
I think she kicked the table.
I think
or
she-
If
the
it's
couch.
not the hand, it's the foot.
The hand of the leg.
Yeah, it's just the hand.
Yeah.
If
So,
it's not the hand, it's the foot, huh, Chelsea?
I'm fine.
I will say I also want to know the PCs. Oh shit
Oh
moments.
god, I was literally because I knew that was coming. I was literally thinking about it. I still don't have an answer.
Okay. Well, I'm almost done with Dimitri's. So, but I think with Dimitri, the oh shit moment with Magna probably would have been like, because again, he knew he cared about Magna from before leaving Nexilis. He cared about Magna, and he wanted Magna to come with them. So he wants Magna around. It probably would have been like such a passing moment of Magna makes Dimitri tea and makes it very clear that he remembers how Dimitri likes it. And it's like not like just I just brew this tea and it's done. It's like something that it's like, yeah, Dimitri's not picky, but Magna remembers how Dimitri really likes it. Like or something akin to that. It would have been something small, or like Dimitri getting out of the bath or the shower and Magna has put out his favorite towel or something.
a
like
towel.
Towel.
It's always the towel.
Towels, full
Towels.
But like, just it would have been something small like that that showed that Magna remembered and that Magna cared enough to make an effort towards it when he didn't have to. And I think that would kind of piece it in with Dimitri of, okay, this is where my feelings are and like how
so good.
I'm processing them. I will tell you all, it probably took Dimitri about another half a year to fucking do anything.
That makes sense.
But yeah, so those are the NPC oh shit moments towards the player
I love
characters.
that. I love that so much.
I would also like to know the player characters
Yeah.
oh shit moments.
I'm trying to think. I don't think there was anything in particular for Cora. Because she was still dealing with like a lot of shit because it was all very new to her.
Yeah.
And she was still had like a really shitty time even after. But I don't think there was anything in particular other than just like probably just watching Thespis perform in Nexilis and just seeing what Thespis finds joy in, like those moments is probably what would have been, because I can't pin down like any particular moment because there really isn't one. It was
Yeah.
probably like several.
Yeah. Aw. All right. Jenny, you got one?
So for Ivor, it's not dead set. Kind of is, but kind of isn't. Because Ivor from the beginning was attracted to Winter. Just because, you know, broken people recognize broken people.
Yikes.
Seeing the fact that she was still managing to deal with it, even though there was that underlying sense of, like, I am hurting. Because she recognized Winter as both a physically and emotionally very strong person. So I think she was always attracted to her in that sense. But I think the moment where she realized that she really genuinely loved her was... It started when she started seeing the, like, soft pieces of Winter,
That's
like when she was
very
helping her with
good.
her hair or going along these different kind of things of like, hey, can I help you? Is there anything that I can do? Or like, you know, I'll be here kind of thing. But I think the moment where she realized the real oh shit wasn't a matter of, because I think rambling. I think her realizing that she loved her took over time. I don't think there was a 100% set oh shit moment, but I think when she realized that Winter loved her was her oh shit moment. And I think it was legitimately when Cora and Magna kind of forced the image during the party into her head of Winter blushing.
Yeah.
And
The psychic wink.
being this woman who's very sure of herself, like outwardly at least, and a very strong person and someone who doesn't let other people fuck with them, being this
Very good.
I think that was the moment that she was like, oh fuck, this is real. I didn't think that I'd ever actually have this because I was raised to expect a political marriage.
Right.
And it would be someone that I'd maybe learn to love, or that I would learn to put up with and maybe be friends with, and then all of a sudden it was this matter of, oh, she really does love me.
Oh.
That's so good, though.
Oh, no. What the fuck, Jenny?
I'm sorry.
That's so good.
That's so good. Now, Jason, we do need one for all the Polycule members.
God
Answer
damn.
right now.
Every single one.
Right now.
Okay, right
So
now.
what you get for
Fuck. Okay.
You wanted 3 partners. This is what you gotta do with 3 partners.
I didn't know I was gonna get 3 partners. Okay.
Well, you got 3.
Shit. I think oh shit for Dimitri was probably either Ivor teasing him about it and being like, why are you saying that? Like, there's absolutely like no reason why you're saying this. Like, there's no reason why. It just came out of nowhere. And then him going, oh shit, wait a minute, hold on.
Wait a minute, no. Ivor knew before.
Wait,
Magna knew.
Ivor's got a point. Oh my god. Or
You see, meddling does make a difference.
or after the final fight with Meredith, when Dimitri was like, I genuinely wanted to make sure that everybody came back okay. And like, you specifically, like, yeah, I'm telling you directly that I'm glad that you came back. And like, oh. So we're cool then. Nice.
So you don't hate
So you don't hate me a lot.
Oh my god. If Magna had said that at that moment, Dimitri just...
I
That's
think with Birin, it might have actually been the morning that he and Birin were the only 2 up. Or like, I think like Amir left or something to go do something, or to I don't remember. But it was the 2 of them, they were sitting up and they were just having that casual conversation of like, oh, did you sleep well, whatever. And Magna saying like, oh, so I had your dream, like I saw your death or whatever. And then talking about like how he also saw the dream of when Amir and Birin first met, and just saying like it was like that was a really like nice moment, and it feels like that was really personal to you, and I'm sorry that I saw it, like I didn't mean for it to happen. But also he was like, that's the cutest fucking thing. You scared the shit out of me, but also because that was when she was like, we need to go sit down and, you know, hang out and talk. And he was like, oh yeah, we should do that.
Yeah. Because it's like, clearly my husband likes you, so I should probably get to know you, you know?
Yeah.
And then look at them now.
And I think oh shit for Amir was probably when he told Magna to get back inside. Because he was like, actually, no, I don't want to.
So it was like the same moment.
It was like the
for
same.
two of
It was
them.
the same kind of thing. Because from the other end, he's like, Amir was like, get inside, and Magna's like, no, I don't think so. Sorry, I watched all this shit happen. Not a fun time.
Oh. I love it so much. I love it. Also, I will say I find it really funny that every time I do this game, someone wants Walter. But no one romances Walter.
Oh no!
because with
We
the
have
first
that
time we
AU
played it,
cast. Don't worry about it.
with the first time it was Eli's paladin really liked Eli liked Walter a lot, and then second time we played it, Tristan with Icarus liked both the Dwyers a lot, and then this time it was like, oh yeah, I could see Magna and
That's
Walter.
because Icarus has good taste.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like,
twins.
and I do ship Walter with Nessa's OC Raph, which is why I made Raph an NPC with
Hell
the
yeah.
wedding one shot. But I also just
Squires have a type.
yeah. Yeah. But like also I want Walter to be romanced because god damn it, he deserves it.
He does.
God damn it.
does. He's been through enough.
deserves it. He deserves to retire, to Jimmy Buffy it up at the beach, have a boyfriend, and just sleep.
A hot young thing.
In
on
that
one
order.
arm.
Oh boy.
What?
Oh boy.
You know, I'm almost glad I didn't hear what Nessa just said.
Yeah, you. I was gonna go back to the thing you said yesterday because I still can't get it out of my mind because I hate it so much.
And it'll live there forever.
I hate it.
Were there other
so.
questions?
I didn't see any other questions in the chat, so if
Actually,
anyone
I need to
has
go
any...
back and plug my phone in the other room.
Oh shit.
I can provide further questions
Okay.
because I'm always going to have more questions about.
Did you need the desk or did
that was the side of my foot.
It's not just
the
me this
hand
time.
of the leg?
Someone else needs to take the L and get injured during stream. I'm getting. It
Alright.
sucks.
All right, Chelsea down, Jason down. Who else is getting injured?
No, I'm saying like during the D&D streams, someone else needs to take over.
I also listen. I just want to mention that it kind of feels like me and Cass have been Uno reverse carding you.
What?
Because initially it was me, and then it went to Chelsea, and then it was supposed to be Casper next time. So Uno reverse
right.
carding back to Chelsea, and then it would have been my turn, but I Uno reverse card back
Yeah,
to
you
Chelsea.
just kept giving it back to me.
Jason, would you like your spot back?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let me give Jason his spot back. Oh yeah, here, drink. All right, let me get back to the other spot.
Okay.
Hey,
Return.
Jason. Oh wow, it's pouring outside.
Return from whence you came. Oh yeah.
Elsa is here. She just can't let it go.
Yeah.
Queen Elsa has arrived.
Those of us here in Florida are
Yeah.
currently experiencing Hurricane Elsa.
Stop on my account.
So hopefully we don't lose power. Well, I'm not there, but hopefully you guys don't lose power. We as the conglomerate of the stream.
Oh yeah, who's hosting?
Because if you
Zoom.
lose power, we
Okay.
all lose power in
Ain't
a
no
way.
stream like a hurricane stream.
Hello.
Okie doke. So, my question is what each person's favorite moments with each other's different ships are.
Oh God. Jason, we cannot hear a single thing. There we go.
We really on ships today, huh?
Yeah.
We're always on
where my
ships,
brain's
Jason.
at.
Because we're
know.
being flooded over here. We need the ships.
We need something happening.
Oh, I mean, with that.
The good thing is, there's a majority of people here and a few people in the chat that don't live with you that know your address. So if something happens, we can call 911 for you.
Fine. It's just a hurricane. It's only like category 1.
Yeah, it's only category 1, so it's barely a hurricane.
It's only a hurricane.
I wish it would
Fine.
be. I wish it would kind of,
Fuck right off.
No. Fuck up my flight. Fuck up my flight, please.
It's probably going to, Jason.
Nope. It is on time.
That
Rude.
doesn't mean shit. It'll tell you last goddamn second, and you know that's gonna happen,
I know.
Yeah,
Give a shit.
motherfucker.
I'm probably gonna have like drive Jason to the airport and then just I'm gonna
In the rain.
I'll just wait here. I'll wait at the cell phone lot.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea.
So
That's a great idea. Anywho,
favorite
your
That way you
question.
don't have to drive back. Oh God, I have to remember. Fuck.
I mean, I think I have one for Ivor and Winter. And I think it was in the wedding one shot when Winter and Cora and Magna and Lily are out in the hallway. and Winter's freaking out on the
fucking-
ground, just like oh my god, like I'm marrying her. She's
It's so
she's
good.
perfect. She's like I still can't wrap my head around the fact that she picked me.
It's very good.
Like that was really good because like the same thing happens later. You know, Ivor and Cora are sitting in there and they're just like, oh my god, like I'm getting married. Holy shit!
It's like, yeah,
Like,
yeah, you are.
It's like, yeah, and the fact that they're right down the hall from each other, both
Having
like,
the
I can't
same
believe
crisis.
that it's them. Like it's this person.
Very
I thought that was
good.
really good. I really love that a lot.
For
And definitely, I was also gonna say, and I really like the whole theater for Thespis thing.
Oh god, I
at
was
the
so
end of
happy
Lotus
about
House.
that.
That's
It was
that's
so
so
good.
good. It's so good. Like really good. I love it. Love it.
I will say for Winter and Ivor, one of my favorite scenes that I think about a lot is the "Oh, don't do this to me!" Like just that conversation, like both of their personalities, like so meshing well, like so well together, and like really getting to come through is still one of my fucking favorite moments. And the party was always really fun. And then, there's two for Magna. One that's like a kind of like nice romantic like good scene, and then there's one that was funny. The whole bar scene. I'm not taking it off. And I just watched that clip today and I was fucking losing my mind.
So good.
And then probably when they kissed, just that whole fucking sequence was so good, and that conversation that was had was so good. And then also the immediate Rin shit of just like, she can't know.
Fuck. No.
Those are probably some of my favorite scenes.
So before I lose it, because I think I figured it out with each member of the polycule, what my favorite moment was. So for Amir, my favorite moment was 100% Magna sitting here like, while Amir was pulling the, oh wait, but they're not a doctor.
Oh god,
Yo,
right.
yeah. Oh,
That was
Petty
so
Amir.
good.
Oh,
That
Petty
was
Amir.
so good.
Petty Amir was my favorite for.
Everything.
I think my favorite moment with Dimitri was when it was right after we were freeing people and Dimitri was sitting on the floor and Ivor was teasing both Dimitri and Magna of basically like the when are you gonna ask them out kind of thing, and both of them being like,
It was very good.
My favorite moment with Rin was 100% before Rin was freed, and she came back after Amir kind of blew up a little bit and scorched the floor, and Magna's Dimitri had an accident.
God, yeah.
So I really loved those. Those are
God, that was
made me
so
giggle.
good.
I think my favorite Cora and Thespis moment, I think I have two.
Okay.
Because I did love the theater, but I also knew about that for a long time because I was there while you were planning it out. So
Yeah,
it wasn't that hitting as hard.
That.
One of my favorite moments was when we were having, I think it was during Petty Amir, and immediately afterward,
The
Cora
race.
and Thespis booked it after each other outside,
very
and
good.
seeing them both like
So
fucking
good.
around with each other and just laughing and having a really good time. I really loved that moment. My other favorite was when I was watching it back when Cora was locked out of the room. Because
God.
Cass, the look on your face for Thespis was a moment of like, oh no, do you want to maybe stay with me? Would you be okay with that?
Would that be
Of kind of
okay?
this moment of like, oh no, that's not good.
But it has a great alternative.
But silver lining,
We
If
can
you-
have a pillow for it, a
we
sleepover.
can have a sleepover if you want.
It's very good.
I personally really, really loved.
It was very cute.
One of the things I love about Thespis and Cora is does Cora realize that she flusters a god?
Yeah. Oh no.
Like-
The power she is so proud to wield.
Cora's like, I didn't really have that much of an ego until now.
Until the next
Until this
moment.
Yeah.
Like that, the whole thing, the first like line that she used on Thespis of just like I would be remiss. That line and Thespis' reaction, she was like, oh. Oh. On the topic of, because since we're on this long train of ships, what was, because we've asked Cass and all that, but I want to know what each individual player's favorite moments with the character that their partner, their character was partnered with.
What?
Because I know I have some
So,
favorites.
like your favorite moment with the characters, the ships. So like, what would be your favorite moments with like Magna, with Amir and Biren and Dimitri? Like,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah. If you had to pick,
I have mine figured out.
I think I have
I was
mine
thinking
figured
about
out,
it.
too.
Yeah, well, if Jenny has hers figured out, for sure we can start with Jenny.
I think my favorite moment between them, because I think about Winter and Ivor so much. Like, so fucking much.
The
I
brain
love them
rot's
so
real.
much. It's real. It's fucking, it's so nice. The thing is, I have so many favorite moments, but I think the one that stands out to me the most that I am so happy with is you need to get inside, you're not part of the guard. And her being like, exactly, you don't get to give me orders. I'm gonna do what I fucking want to.
You bitch.
Because this moment of I'm really frustrated, but fuck.
That one was good, especially because I loved seeing Ivor interacting with like that kind of like cold winter. Just interesting.
Listen, I love you. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. Jason, did you say you thought you had yours?
Yeah, it was, I think it was right after we freed Wallace. And Birin pulled everyone into a hug after that.
Yeah, that was very good.
There was something about that, and I'm not gonna lie, there was one tear that was a singular, it was tempting fate over
You sucked
here.
it back up.
I did suck it back up into my face. Anyway, but there was something about that moment specifically that I physically felt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was just words and theater of the mind, but there was something about that specific moment that I was like, oh shit. Like, I genuinely feel protected by these characters. In that instant. I was like, holy shit,
no.
that's really I was like, that's really good, because it hit for real, and I was like, yo, what the hell?
Aww.
What the fuck, my guy?
Oh fuck, my guy. What? But that really kind of solidified it, because then that led to them going back to bed and having that second hug where they were all just kind of telling each other how much they meant to each other, and I was like, oh fuck. Oh, I don't want to go to final boss fight.
I just want to stay right here.
I just want to hang out for a little bit.
Can we just like vibe?
Can we just chill for a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the win. The win, you know?
Alright. And Chelsea.
I have a few. Probably most of my favorite scenes were like very raw scenes with Thespis and Cora.
Yeah.
So like after Thespis saw Cora's death, after the Beckett sequence, after like Amir almost died, like those scenes are probably some of my favorites, because it was fun for me playing this character and being able to kind of dig into Cora as a character, but also like the story that was told and the progression that they had as partners was just so good. Just having that raw, like this is the core of the character is just so good.
Yeah.
I loved it so much.
Oh, so good. Also, I think the weather is kind of picking up, so we can take one more question and then hop off. Because I'd rather unplug.
Oh, I heard that.
I'd rather have most of the electronics unplugged if it starts to like surge.
Yeah, valid. If anyone in the chat has one, awesome, we can go with that. But I do have one that I'm interested in asking.
Okay, then we'll do 2 questions. We'll do your question, then the chat question that I saw, and then end.
Okay. This one might be kind of long. I don't know. Because we talked about like scenes that we liked with other people, but like what were for players and Cass and Nessa, what were scenes with your character that you were really proud of how you acted out? The thought. Oh shit.
I just wanted to see. I'm doing the whole like, does anyone else wanna? And this
Yeah.
also, you can also.
This one
I wanna
includes
know.
you, Nessa.
Yeah, I want to know specifically, Nessa, which one do you think you handled really well?
That you're like
As-
really proud of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not an actor, and so
Well, that's
doesn't
why
even
I'm like.
matter.
That's why I'm.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
first of all, Nessa, shut the fuck up. You help DM and you help play characters. I'm gonna make this abundantly clear. I didn't cry once in the first arc of Nexilis. I got very close with Lily. I started crying over Micah. So shut your whore mouth and answer the question.
Holy shit.
I also, just
I
really
don't
fast.
appreciate that.
I just want to bring up that you say that you're not an actor when you are, in fact, a credited voice actor in a podcast.
Yes.
You can't say that you're not an actor. Because even with that loophole of like, yeah, no, I act during D&D and like, I play these characters, which first of all, if you play D&D and you play a character, you're acting.
You're an actor.
Shut the
Especially
fuck
if
up,
you're
you're acting.
DMing.
Especially if you're fucking DMing. But also, you were a credited voice actor, Nessa, in a podcast
Oh,
that
wow,
is
this-
public
this-
that
wow.
people pay for.
This sounds bad.
That was very crunchy.
Crunchy.
fine.
That was the point.
Crunchy.
Fine.
So
Fine.
answer the question.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
I say this with all the love in my heart, but answer
I
the
love you
goddamn
so much.
question.
Answer the fucking question.
Okay, here's the
fucking
thing.
question.
I fucking loved voicing Dorian.
God, of course. I had a
Good.
feeling that's what you were gonna say.
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
necessarily proud of Dorian because Dorian is as deep as like a puddle, but
I don't think Dorian's very proud of Dorian either, to be
I don't think
honest.
so
but
either.
I like doing stupid voices, and the fact that I could do that consistently enough to be recognizable is like, hey, this is fun. But I think most proud of, I do want to say Micah's room. I would say either Micah or Miriam. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you handled Miriam's room like really well.
oh,
That was really
That
good.
was good.
I was like, I'm kind of
I'm afraid. I fear.
I did my job. So kind of like a tie between them. Like with Miriam's, I was not as sure that I hit like what I wanted to. With that, but with Micah's, I'm like, yeah, I can do mine.
Made me cry. Nessa.
It's the goal. I also made Cecil cry during Lotus House Mark 1, so yay.
The power.
The raw
Oh my gosh,
energy.
Nessa, you and I have both made Cecil cry.
Yay!
Because I made Cecil cry when they saw Amir and Birin were together in Nexilis. That made them
God,
cry.
that hurt me.
So,
But yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm proud of.
you should be proud.
Yay.
Cecil's
You
upset
should be
as
so
spaghetti.
proud.
Micah was so good. And also Miriam, I love Miriam. I love Miriam.
Miriam's so good.
Cecil's angry.
Listen, I'm still proud of the fact that I made Cecil cry just by sending my Campaign 2 characters minor little itty bitty snippet of backstory that I have so far.
What? Nice.
Oh no.
Nice.
I think, personally, my proudest moment comes from Arc 1 with Welcome to Nexilis. Because, I'm gonna be honest, I think I kind of killed it with Ivor's breakdown
You did.
You did.
did.
I was
Really
I was
good.
so
Oh, it hurt.
scared
That was
for
so
you.
good.
I
That
was
was
like,
really good.
I was scared for you.
That's why I made sure to stop whenever like she wasn't actively being talked to, because I was like, I want people to know that
acting.
I'm okay.
I am an
Yeah.
actor.
But I was very proud of that. And I
should
didn't
be.
know
It was
how I was going to
fantastic.
do it either, which is why, especially when it was like, all right, Magnet, like, you and I were in the same room. Do you want to go first? And you were like, well, Ivor can go first. I was like, are you sure?
Honestly,
you
like
positive?
narratively, and I mean, I think we talked about it a little bit, but narratively, I feel it was probably right. It was the
Yeah,
right decision for Ivor
I
to
get
go
that.
first with that. Because, I mean, it would make sense, because it would be really sucky if Magnet was like, oh, I'm going to get up and leave the room, and then Ivor has a full-on mental breakdown and just like, I was like, oh, that's gonna, again, I'm the asshole. So I was like, no, Ivor can go first and get out everything she needs to get out, and then I will make a decision on what to do. And
Then
it's
I'll
not
deal with
to
my
leave
shit.
the
It's
room.
fine.
That's for sure.
I think my main goal with that, too, is like, I just want to make people upset.
You woke up with just violence that day.
I did. I woke up with
Nice.
just violence.
Nice.
Listen, it was really similar to the shit that she went through, and she got to watch, like, the person she loves the most go through it. So, like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jason, what do you think yours was?
It was definitely the Palor speech. I
Shit.
I don't know what happened or what I said, but I know for a fact.
I don't remember anything, but I know it was
No,
great.
I know for a fact that like everything that I said during that, it felt like it fit perfectly into whatever came next.
oh,
And it
now
just,
I
like-
want to know what everyone's favorite moments from everybody else were.
We can also talk about that privately.
Yes.
That's true.
Talk about it off stream.
Yeah, but I genuinely felt that the Palor speech was one of the coolest things that I've ever formulated on the spot.
It was really good.
It was very nice, and I appreciated how I did it.
Good. You should. It was really good.
good time.
That whole scene,
Yeah.
so much fun.
Yeah.
Chelsea?
It's me. Campaign 1 for sure. It was a tie between the scene with Beckett,
Oh, that was so
Or-
good.
the Hope scene with Magna.
That was also really.
I still really love that scene. Or the one with Roger. I don't know. I liked a lot of the shit with Cora in that one. And then for the second arc, it was definitely the stuff with Hitchwire or Mikhail. The two of them. Just like, hey, stop.
Yeah.
Bop, motherfucker.
Bop, bop.
I'll do it again,
Do
motherfucker.
it again, bop, bop.
For me, season one, whatever, arc one.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
With arc one, I have a few. Mostly they were moments that I was like really excited for, and then like when we got to them, it's like it felt like it paid off. So everything regarding Walter's death and Winter and Lily's responses,
That fucked me up.
I'm
really well.
pretty proud of that. I'm really proud of Lily. I'm just proud of Lily in general.
It should be. Lily was fantastic.
I'm proud of Petty Amir. That honestly,
So good.
Petty Amir.
Petty Amir is up there.
Yeah. And also just Wallace
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah.
Just everything with Wallace. I was pretty proud of. Wallace is one of the main arcs within Nexilis is Wallace's story. And Wallace has been a constant in every time I've done him. And so it's been like interesting to see how he's grown each time I play him. And each time he interacts with these new characters. And every time he goes through that rebirth every time. And I feel like this is the most supported he was through the rebirth. One, because y'all got to know him better. Two, y'all
love him.
made an effort to actively save him. And so I feel
My
like
son.
yeah. In Lotus House, I think
Brosif.
Brosif was so good.
Okay.
You're gonna pass a fucking crisis.
No, I did love playing Brosif. Brosif was a lot of fun. But I think the moments that I'm the most proud of with performance wise is probably, oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know.
I liked Olivash's.
Yeah, but Dalavash isn't like a stretch for me to play. Dalavash is very easy for me to play. I'm trying to think of something that I was like proud of. Okay, I am personally very proud of Etcher because that does take a lot.
Yeah, that's fair.
I did. I know.
Yeah, the two voices and the two very So I was proud of Etcher, and I think also Clover.
Yeah, Clover was really good.
And no. Sorry, I just realized my answer. Hands down is Leland.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Yes.
Leland.
Hands down.
Very good.
We win.
So sorry, that's actually my answer is Leland.
Back.
So final question for stream, because it is starting to get kind of ugly out there, is also from Shusho that says, also, I want to write a campaign. Do y'all have any advice in general, specifics, or where to start?
Pray.
Well,
Pray? Yeah, you're right.
one, I would say the most important part is that you make sure that you and your players are having fun. So make sure that it's a story that you want to tell, and make sure that it's the story that your players want to play, because both are equally important. Is making sure that everyone has fun more than anything. That's my number one.
Yeah. A big thing of it is you have to really enjoy the story is the biggest thing. Because if you don't like it, you're not going to want to run it. And then if you don't like it, your players aren't going to like it because you're not putting the effort and the work into it.
And definitely being excited about something that you've created will attract excitement about things that you're writing and creating. So definitely for like story elements, if you're really excited to show something off to your players, they're going to feel that excitement and they're going to want to, explore it and dive into it and see what comes of it.
Yeah.
Also, don't be afraid to fuck with the rules.
Yeah.
Like, fuck what Wizards of the Coast says. We're learning more and more about them and learning how shitty they are. Not talking at all. It's a bunch of white men.
Yeah.
But if there's something you really want to do and you can't find a way to justify it within the world, it's fucking magic.
Yeah.
You can do whatever the fuck you want, my guy.
Yeah.
So just
You're not limited by a rule book because
you're
you
not.
make the rules.
We play fast and loose with the rules.
I always say that.
Rule cool.
I always say the rules are merely suggestions.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And more than likely, there's also a homebrew that you could find on the internet because the D&D world as a whole is so good, and there's so much shit that you can learn and find. And don't be afraid to look at other things that people have built and be like, "Oh, that's how they did it."
Yeah.
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 Like I've been stealing stuff for Aelmir left and right. Like, oh, that's cool. Mine now. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna use that too. Oh, that's really nifty. I'm gonna take it and change every aspect of it. It's mine now. Like,
Mormon sex cult.
It is not a Mormon sex cult. God damn it, Jenny. It is not a Mormon sex cult. I swear to God.
Jenny, the amount of times that Jason has literally messaged me and been like, "God damn it."
It's not a Mormon sex cult. It's not. It's really not.
I have a couple pieces of advice. As someone who has run the start of a campaign and hasn't really gone past that, because I got overwhelmed. My biggest piece of advice, if you are unsure about how running a homebrew world is going to go, start just doing pre-made adventures if you haven't DM'd before, just so that you can have that backbone. and basically know what you're doing. Because I went in blind and that was stupid. Like 100%, if you feel like you're ready to do it, then fucking do it. Have a blast. That is the advice that I wish I was given before I did it. Another big thing is if you want it to be immersive for your players, have them help you build the world.
Yeah.
Yep.
Either have them build out the place where they're from, or just have them give you like a legitimate backstory and implant it as far into the story as you possibly can, because that's how people are going to start feeling connected to things.
Yeah. And also on that front, you're not the only person telling a story. You're not the only person building the world. You can involve your players. Yeah. They're going to help you do that. So you don't have to have everything immediately figured out. Like every story point immediately figured out, because there's going to be points in time where your players are like, I cast a wish spell and change your entire fucking thing.
I'm just going to jump into a fairy ring in order to try to get to the Feywild. No.
It changes the whole story, and then all of this, like all of the notebook is just, it's gone. Figure it out. So you don't have to have everything figured out. Hi, Mom, we're about to be done, but hi, welcome back.
Hello. I love how ominous your mom is.
Because everyone I'm watching.
Also, the big thing is that
you gotta hey everyone. It's not just that I am watching.
Yeah, that's true. She does a message. I am watching this stuff.
Just in general, because it's your game and it's your and your player's game. The big thing to do is, if you don't feel like you're ready to do something, then you can find a reason to change it.
Yeah.
Because again, it's your world. You're playing the game, even if it's a pre-written world or something like that. Like, you can change whatever you want in it. It's your game. For example, the game that I was playing in, they were maybe like level 3. We'd been playing like 2 or 3 sessions at that point. And they decided that while they were following the mysteries, that they were going to jump into a fairy ring to try to get themselves to the Feywild. I was not ready to run the Feywild because I had just started figuring out what my worlds looked like. So when they did that, jumping into a fairy ring, usually you'd think it would be a portal there. Instead, I was like, no, you get sent in the future 10 years. Have fun getting back.
Thanks, Mom. My mom sent a second message, but she never does. I am being different. Thanks, Mom.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's so good.
I would say another piece of advice is definitely communicating with your players. Like, there have been times where these players and other people I've DM'd for have brought me character ideas or brought me stuff, and I'm just like, hey, I'm not comfortable with that as a DM. I'm sorry, that's like no offense, but I'm not. And communicating that rather than like, yeah, we can do that, and then you are very uncomfortable running it. Because you're the players play their characters and then you play everyone and everything else. And if you're not comfortable with that, it's all going to fall apart. Also, figuring out what your players are comfortable with. It is incredibly important to know boundaries. It is incredibly important to know what your players want. It's very important to know what story they want to tell with their character. Because that story has to mesh within your story. So you got to make it work. Because while you are the game master leading a story, as has been said, you're not the only person playing, and you're not the only person contributing to the story.
Yep.
Another thing that I have is D&D can be very emotional and can be very heavy. And again, D&D may not be therapy, but it is therapeutic.
Yes.
So it can open up a lot of emotions. It can open up a lot of stuff. So because of that, it is super, super important that not only for your players, but also you as a DM, you need to have aftercare.
Yeah.
After the session. Sit with each other, talk about the game if you want to, but just make sure that everybody's okay, especially because I know me as someone who is either understimulated or overstimulated. There's never any in between. It is really hard to go through like 4 to 5 hours of like really intense, emotional, driven, adrenaline pumping kind of storytelling and then immediately have nothing.
Yeah.
So it's really super, because you don't see what we do after we hang up after each of our sessions, because we sit and we talk and we nerd out, and then we kind of slowly trickle out as bedtimes hit.
Yeah.
Bedtime.
So
Kind of cool.
not every person is going to need it, but definitely make sure that you schedule time for people to sit and talk and hang out with each other. And if you or anyone else needs that, make sure that it's out in the open.
It's provided.
Of like, hey, come and talk afterwards, just so we can sit, hang out. I can figure out what you liked about the session. I can figure out what you didn't like about the session, and we can just sit and chill. Kind of a cool down time.
Kind of piggybacking off of that, but before starting a campaign or an one shot or anything, definitely like talk to your players about what things kind of wig them out, like trigger wise too.
Yes.
Like if you're creating anything from scratch, if you're putting anything in there that's like custom, that you're just inserting, make sure that everyone in the group is on board with things if they could potentially be triggering. I know that there's like a form that you can fill out,
because we filled it out before this game.
we did it.
Yep.
And it has like a bunch of different triggers for like different things, like whatever, and just check it off. Is it okay you'd like to role play these things? Would you rather like fade to black for certain things? Just avoid things altogether, and just have that information so that when you're building your world or building experiences in your world or whatever you choose to run, have those things so that and you can be conscientious of your players and help them out and not hurt them mentally.
It's important.
Yeah.
I will also say, because I have played the game of, I've been playing D&D since I was a kid pretty much, but I've been playing D&D online for the past like 3-4 years at this point. If you're planning on playing online with a bunch of random strangers that you met through like Roll20, you need to go in knowing that that group that you start playing with might not work out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get like this, like Lotus House and like Nexilis and this group of people every single time. You're not gonna get lucky every single time. More often than not, I'm gonna be honest with you, you're gonna have a really shitty group. You might keep a few of the people and then go look for more players, but online gaming sucks. It's so much fun, it brings so much joy, but it also really sucks because there's time zones, there's shitty people that don't understand how to be respectful of each other. There's a lot of stuff. So if you are planning on going online to look for players and online to DM, make sure you go in knowing that like this might not work out. Hope that it does, but also with that little bit of salt of just like if it doesn't work out, what's the next step? What can I do? Because a lot of times you're gonna have a really shitty time online.
Yeah.
Because people are assholes.
It's taken about I want to say 4 years to find a group like this one that meshes well together. And I've played with a lot of different combinations of people.
Yeah,
and
same.
They don't always work out in the same way as this does with like this kind of like storytelling and acting chemistry. So
it also does help that we were friends / coworkers before this.
Yeah.
We worked together before this moment.
We weren't really strangers.
We
when we started
didn't
this,
meet
especially
on Roll20 to play D&D.
Especially because if you're going to be playing with a bunch of people that you don't know, definitely don't go as traumatic as we did.
Don't jump right into the... Yeah,
don't jump right
unless you
into
talk
really
with them,
dark
unless
shit.
you get the okay.
The Nexilis is a very heavy story.
Yes.
And I only brought these 3 on because I knew they could handle it. And also, I asked them, what are your triggers? What can you handle? What do you not want? And literally everyone gave me their limit. And then they said, if it's not one of these things, go hog wild.
Go fucking crazy.
And
I'm also going to be honest. I was sitting here and I was like, listen, absolutely nothing that I could be triggered by in a D&D setting would be okay to stream. So you're good.
Yeah. And there is certain stuff to the lore that like my players know that wasn't announced on stream, just because it's like it is very heavy and it doesn't need to be out there. But I want the players to know. And so like just knowing what they're comfortable with and knowing what you're comfortable with, is going to be super, super, super fucking important is knowing what lines not to cross for them and yourself.
Yeah.
If a player really wants this one type of arc or scene to happen and you are not comfortable running it, don't run it. If you really want to run a scene, but you don't know if your players are going to be comfortable with it, or if you do know they won't be, either feel it out or don't run it. Everyone at the table needs to be having fun.
Also, there is absolutely no shame in if there's going to be a very intense scene like that, or you are planning a very intense scene or something that could potentially be triggering. There is absolutely no problem with ruining the surprise by talking to your player first.
Yeah.
Just a matter of like, hey, this is a potentiality of something that could happen.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that? And what would you not want to happen from it?
Yeah, because we knew a character was going to die during Nexilis. We didn't know which one, but we knew the week prior, like, hey, there's going to be a character death.
Yeah.
Like a pretty prominent character death.
That's going to be
letting you
played
guys
out
know.
in session.
Yeah. And like
Jason and I guessed it.
Yeah.
We guessed it like immediately after. We're like, oh,
Jenny
I bet.
Jenny messaged me and was like, is it going to be one of the kids? I'm like, I would not kill one of the kids.
No, that's a whole different conversation.
That was a big thing because I like legitimately because the thing is I guessed it was Walter. I was like, that's probably who it's going to be, because Jason was like, it's probably Walter, and I was like, I mean, I don't know, probably I don't know, but I legitimately was asking because I was like, hey, if it is going to be one of the children, we need to let people know.
Yeah.
Like right away.
No, and I
But
wouldn't.
also wouldn't do well on Twitch.
No.
Because we have the really fun thought process all of us do of like, we also have to follow like Twitch regulations and mods and shit, so that's fun.
Yep.
But another thing that's really important that isn't ever talked about enough with DMs in D&D, especially live stream DMs. If you don't know what to do during a session in the middle of a goddamn session, literally tell your players, hey, I need like 5 minutes, and either take a break or have your players just interact in character. It's fine.
Yeah.
Normalize DMs needing time to figure shit out.
Yeah.
It's important.
Especially if your players are roleplay heavy, they will entertain themselves.
They'll take care of it. It's fine.
They'll just be like, oh, we get 5 minutes to just talk to each other. Let's fucking go.
Sit back, make a coffee, a tea, something. I don't know.
Let me give the
Break.
example for that one. Like so I DM for Cass and Cecil and their characters. And we knew at one point that one of like Cecil's previous characters would meet Casper's characters, and then they'd like do a thing. Whatever. Primarily they just needed to meet and then talk about their cultures and something like that. And I'm like, okay, I know this is a scene we want to happen. I set the scene. I eventually like had various other NPCs, and then eventually Casper's character met Cecil's character as both were being played by each other. And then I fell asleep. And then Cass and Cecil just RP'd the rest of that. Now, you don't necessarily need to go to that extreme.
That's a pretty intense extreme.
That's a lot.
And we just RP'd as Drawult and Nilo for like an hour, hour and a half. I even rolled. I looked over. Hey, should I roll for this? Looked over at Ness was asleep. I'm gonna roll for this. I rolled. And I was like, does this sound like a success? I think this is a success.
2 hours? Oh my god.
Went very smoothly.
Yeah, it went great.
Sleepy beepy.
Very speepy.
It was nighttime. It was nighttime.
Yeah.
So I just
Speepy.
So
BB.
ultimately, if I can also like throw my 2 cents in here,
Yeah.
everything I fucking do is
Absolutely not.
Wow. What the?
everything I fucking do is self-indulgent. In the sense I once
the
like
best
ran
way
a
to do it.
Transformers campaign. Solely because I fucking love Transformers, and then everything in Lotus House either I think is like incredibly cool or incredibly funny, and there's no in between. Like there's nothing in there that I'm like, I think it's something. Everything is like, I think it'd be cool or I think it'd be funny. Or heartbreaking. That's another one.
Add that one in there.
Yeah.
Add that on the list.
And I know what helps for me is I don't plan out exactly what's going to happen, because as soon as you have a plan and it meets the players, it just flies out the fucking
Goes away.
But I put in story beats, so in the sense of like things that I want to like hit So, for instance, in Micah's room, I planned out the story beats in regards to, like, here are the 3 trials, here are what the rules are for each trial, and then here's Micah and what her deal is. I never planned out, like, exactly how each of the players like, can win or lose each trial, because I know they'll, like, do something shenanigan worthy. But I had the story beats of, like, what I would want to hit in that room, and the same with Mikhail's. I knew that I wanted them to meet, like, pre-incident Mikhail, and just let them meet that Mikhail.
Hot Mikhail.
Hot Mikhail in all their glory. And then eventually they'll trigger Mikhail into realizing that this is all fake, and send them into panic spiral. And then we have the court and the trial, and then the final, like, monster. And so I had those story beats, but never had specifics on, like, what will the players say in order to make Mikhail think that this isn't real? Or what will the players present in this, like, weird-ass trial that they're doing? So, like, having a loose structure is helpful. So you know, like, where you want to go, but never, like, hold yourself to that.
There's also nothing wrong with having a more solid structure either if you have something that, like, you know would work for the character. Because I know with one of my characters for a separate game that I have, if she ever died, we did the Matthew Mercer ritual thing of, like, each character that is part of the ritual says something and they roll to convince the soul to come back. I know there were certain things with that character that, like, if they were brought up or if the circumstance was met prior to her death, she would or would not come back. So there's nothing wrong with having those. There's nothing wrong with having, like, a more strict outline for a story, especially, like, if you're not doing, like, an open world story. So if you're doing a very railroaded, like, this is what's going to happen, there's nothing wrong with having that.
Yeah.
Just be prepared for your players to throw a wrench in all of your plans, and then you're fine.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm expecting that for you all.
There's nothing wrong with, like, writing out monologues, because not everyone can do what Casper can do and pull shit out of their ass, because we're not all improv actors. So there's nothing wrong with, like, writing out monologues for characters. Even if players interrupt, having that available does help some people.
Also, it doesn't hurt, and I'm saying this because this is something that this group right here helped me learn, is if you have something that you're excited for as a DM that you want to play out, that you want to do, and it's like, okay guys, hey, just let me have this. Let me just
this one time.
Let me just have
once.
this monologue. Let me just have this spiel. Because, like, I knew that if I had a character monologue that I really wanted to do, and if I told these 3, hey, like, I just please don't interrupt so and so as they start talking, like,
Our reaction would have been,
yeah, like if Roger, like if I needed to tell them to not interrupt me when Roger's talking, because I don't think y'all ever really interrupted me when I was Roger. But, like,
right. We had fear in our hearts.
But, like, you know,
Meredith, however, can go fuck herself,
which is fair.
Go flying fuck what she has to say.
Which is fair. But which is you just mentioned, like, preparing the monologues.
Yeah.
Allow yourself to enjoy those moments. Don't feel guilty for enjoying those moments. You're
allowed to take up as much space as your players are.
Yeah, you're a storyteller, and I figure that DMs are also players. Everyone's a player, and everyone's playing this game, and everyone should enjoy it.
Jenny, was that in your room?
yeah.
I'm gonna go. You're good. I can step off.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
I didn't.
I don't know what that was. I think one of my lights popped.
Oh.
Which, like, I don't know. I'm really afraid to lift these.
Huh. Well.
Well.
I guess it's a good thing we were about to wrap up, because
All sorts of shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
we got the storm.
Yeah.
It's getting late. I get sleepy.
Aw, Stevie.
Yeah, I realized earlier, I was like,
Beepy.
I should have played music in the background of this. Like, we could have had, like,
Yeah.
Just
bard
grooving.
We could have
bardcore
had.
or
I was gonna say lo-fi hip hop beats to
study too.
vibe to. Fuck, I don't know.
That or it has
Something
some
like
of
that.
the Menace's music.
Yeah. Audience, you can add your own music to this fun Q&A stream.
By humming to yourself as we talk.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
The Wii Shop music to yourself.
Boopy doo boop be doo boo boo.
Bum bum bum.
Boop boo doo boop 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 boop. Doo boop 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 doo boop.
Boom boom boom.
It wasn't electricity. We're good.
Yay!
I apparently rolled or I sat on a plastic bit from one of the mini brand things, and it popped. It sounded like an electrical pop though, so it scared the shit out of me.
Oh no,
Fair.
is your mini Velveeta okay?
So
I was making sure it was none of the snake's light bulbs.
it was
Forever
just
lamps.
this. Yeah, that was the big thing. I was like, I don't want there to either be an electrical fire or best case, my snakes to get cold.
Yeah.
I've been through 3 electrical fires in my life, like really minor ones. So yeah, those suck.
Glad your Velveeta's okay.
Safe rather than sorry. It was just plastic.
Yeah. So
I also wasn't smelling any ozone or anything. So we're
No.
fine.
That's fair. Good.
everyone, thank you all so much for stopping by with this Q&A. This has been a great
We
time.
appreciate it.
So a little update on what's to come next.
yeah.
Starting next Tuesday, we are playing Jason, which is the full title?
It is called Another Morning in Aylmere.
And Jason will be DMing this
Hello.
for the 4 of us, and also Cecil, who is normally
Cecil.
I'm so excited.
who is normally
I'm so
modding
excited
the
to play with
chat.
everybody.
So
gonna be a good time.
we will all be playing every Tuesday 7 p.m. for a handful of weeks. We'll see how long
No
the
clue.
game goes, and then
It could be a while.
Maybe. Who
get
knows?
clocked
This
in.
is just basically to give Cass enough time to prep stuff for Clocked In, because I know it's going to be a really big undertaking.
I'm so
Yeah,
fucking
thing.
excited for clocked
So-
in.
So pumped.
I know, me too.
I can't wait to be able to talk about characters,
Me too, though.
like openly.
About secrets.
yep,
Anywho.
Secrets.
yep.
Anyway, yeah, it's just a buffer mini campaign type thing.
Yeah.
That's just to give people some time to chill out from the Nexilis stuff and get prepped for Nexilis Clocked In.
It's gonna be exciting. I'm very excited.
It's gonna be a good time. Good
Oh
time.
yeah, we get to be players.
Yeah, you two get to be
I'm
players.
really excited to play with you, Cass, and Cecil. Like, I'm very fucking excited. I cannot wait. It's gonna be so chaotic.
Good.
It's gonna be so chaotic.
It's gonna be a mess.
It's fine.
There's how many tieflings currently? Like 3?
3.
There's 3 tieflings.
All of us have haunches. That's the important thing.
have what?
Haunches.
Haunches.
Like animalistic back legs. That
Oh
haunches.
yeah.
So it was like, I don't know what she's talking about. I'm sorry.
Cecil disembodied voice arc.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, Another Morning in Aylmere will be streaming here, so it'll be the same schedule, same place, same time every week. We
no
are
worries.
working to get Lotus onto YouTube, and then we will get Aylmere will just be directly uploading from Twitch to YouTube. So
Figured out a way to do that.
we are no
Yeah.
longer splitting the episodes. We're just going to upload the streams in their entirety.
We are no longer bound by the laws of man.
No.
We're
And because I'm gonna be getting a PC within the next couple of months, it'll be so much easier for me.
Yes.
So if we want to split it back into parts, I'll be fine. It won't take like 4 hours to export
Hell
a 4-hour
yeah.
session.
Heck,
It's great.
heck yeah.
I'm really excited to shove all my characters in y'all's faces.
Good.
I'm
Yes.
ready.
I'm so fucking excited, Jason.
You're gonna see.
It's gonna be really cool.
You're gonna see all of my fucking mess characters and how messy they are. And it's
Cannot wait. I'm so excited.
I love them.
super duper mess.
Fuck yeah.
What's great is that I think everyone knows at least 1 or 2 characters that are going to be in it, which is kind of funny to me.
I'm so fucking pumped.
Also, I don't think people are going to really ask because I don't, whatever. But anyway, Aylmere is set in Nexilis canon. It
I
is.
was unaware of that.
Yeah,
Kinda
it is
weird.
set in Nexilis canon, but it is pre-Welcome to Nexilis.
Oh fuck yeah. That's
Yep.
exciting.
Yep.
So there will be, I think, if I planned it somewhere, it's in my notes, but there are nods to things in Nexilis canon.
I'm so excited about that.
So
yeah, so technically it's in universe.
yeah, which is great because
Well, in a universe.
in yeah.
In a universe.
The great thing about Nexilis timelines is that because it is canonically multiverse, but
Hell yeah.
yep.
Hell yeah.
Another Morning in Aylmere will be
Hell yeah,
pre-Nexilis,
hell yeah, hell
and
yeah.
then Clocked In will
Hell yeah,
be
hell yeah.
Nexilis timeline, but many, many years down the line, like 20 years.
I'm so excited.
So
Chaos kids.
I want
Chaos kids.
to talk about the Chaos Kids so
Chaos
bad,
Kids.
but I can't.
I know, Chaos Kids.
well, let us all hop on off
So
of
many
here,
secrets.
everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will be starting up another Morning in Aylmere next week, Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard
Tuesday?
Time. So thank you. Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern
Tuesday.
Standard Time. Tuesday.
Tuesday.
If you use Twitter and are liking our streams, please follow Nexilis Games on Twitter. We now have a Twitter specifically for our D&D streams, so you can go ahead and follow us there. We'll be retweeting art. We will still be doing like intermission videos, so please post your art. We love to see it so much. It warms our heart.
Does that mean we can get a Lorenzo death?
God, please.
No.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, that's gonna be in the
The
post.
fuck not, Jason.
That'll
Because
be
I said so.
that'll be in the post Nexilis. Because Magna's partners need to have a hand.
Oh
in
yeah.
that.
Magnus partners are
Yeah.
gonna fuck him up.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately, you will not get a Lorenzo death. I'm sorry.
Also, the Polykill still needs to meet Magnus' grandma and mom and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gonna make them socks, isn't she?
Yeah. Probably.
You're just being like, oh, now I understand why you never wanted to take these off.
I get it.
These are good. Oh,
When they're
I
not
like
crunchy,
these.
they're great.
It's a great when they're not crunchy. Sucks when they're crunchy.
All right. Well, yeah, let us all. Yeah, we're going to wrap up here. Everyone, have a great rest of your night. See you all next Tuesday for another Morning in Aylmere.
That'll die.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hee hee hee.